Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances and law, and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders and those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Councillors, before we commence today's proceeding, I would like to address the issues with the live streaming service in last week's chamber. A small number of audiovisual issues occurred following the recent upgrade of the chamber's live stream and camera system. All issues were logged, monitored in real time and resolved through standard operational processes with minimal impact on proceedings. Then don't speak and you'll have a better chance of hearing me. The audio record remained fully operational throughout, meeting the statutory requirements, and no adjournment was required. I requested a briefing from the CEO on any findings in order to understand the issues and address claims that there was deliberate interference with the camera. Council will continue to monitor the performance of its chamber systems and work with its vendor to minimise technical disruptions and support the reliable delivery of council meetings. And I'm going to table that briefing note. I also remind councillors that there is no parliamentary privilege in this place. Councillors, are there any apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move the minutes of the 4,788th meeting held on Tuesday the 3rd of March 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the minutes of the 4,788th meeting of Council held on the 3rd of March 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Mr Clancy Doe, who will address the Chamber on litter management along the Brisbane River. Please proceed when you're ready, Mr Doe. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Lord Mayor, councillors. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out and let me speak. My name is Clancy Doe. I've just graduated Yale University and returned. I did 2 internships with research and development in the federal government, and I just wanted to be home in Brisbane because I do think Brisbane's the best city on earth. So come home and I went rowing with my friends using the club boat, and I've just hit our island of litter, and the boat had to be repaired. And as I was sitting there cycling and looking at the litter flow by, I thought there's got to be a better solution. So I went down to Melbourne, looked at the Yarra trap down there, looked at it, thought, okay, understand it. Went to Sydney, saw the sea bins, reflected on my time in America, seeing the boats they use over there to clear up waterway trash. Talked to people here, Colin Jensen, about the boat down at Moreton Bay and the volunteer cleanup groups we have here. And thought that was fantastic, but was a bit irregular and limited just to the mouth of the river. So I've developed river skimmers, which is a water-based skimmer you can place outside storm outlets. The state government is currently investing $35 million, this Queensland government, into stopping waste reaching bays like Moreton Bay, which is heritage listed. and that's fantastic, but I do believe that the river skimmer is superior than storm traps because they're difficult to maintain, and if they clog in the drain and flood, everyone gets upset. So there's been hesitation by councillors to the state government in adopting storm traps. I've then been given some time and done a prototype proof of concept of the skimmer. We've talked to the state, Executive Director Claire, and Andrew's Powell's office. They're both really excited about it. We've talked to the CSIRO in their Kickstart program, and we're finalising the contract. We have got it built and designed, and it should be in the water next week, in a couple of weeks. And I would like to come here today and just engage your interest and kind of make it aware that this solution is out there, and we would really appreciate it in the water, because I know there's rowers, I know there's tons of environmental and waste initiatives in Brisbane, and I'm a bit concerned that if we don't address it now, Brisbane is booming with all the building and the Olympics. We are going to have the river turn into like the Thames or the Hudson or the Ganges, and that would be a real shame, because we do such a good job in environmental initiatives. Mount Cootha, paper bags, cycling lanes, like Sunny Coast, Gold Coast, everything. And our river, the heart of the city, is sometimes forgotten. And I understand that it's state water and the state should be looking after it, but it is the city's waste and it is on the city water bank. And I think there's a bit of confusion in the responsibility with my discussions. So I've kind of just thought I'll just address it. We've got it in the water in the next 2 weeks. Next week it will be built. And I would love for people to come out, see it, engage it, and learn more about it. Because, yeah, it is, I think, just from my experience on the water, it is a problem, and there is a valid financially, solution there, just sitting there. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Clancy. I'd now like to call on Councillor Davis to respond. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Clancy, for coming in. I know we caught up for a short time, and we've arranged to have a meeting in the next week or so, but I suspect it's probably before the unit actually lands in the water, so we might have to have two conversations. What's really exciting when we have speakers come to address us in the chamber is to see the enthusiasm of young people like yourself, where they see an issue and want to make a difference and then start progressing that through all different chains. You've been to Melbourne, you've been to Sydney, you've been to America, you went down to Alice Street and had a yarn to the Minister's office, and I think that's really important that when you bring all of that information together and all of that experience that you have seen when you've been observing and investigating the sorts of things that are happening in those other areas, to bring that together and then start to present to those that are locally looking at trying to make things even better. You are right, the river is the responsibility of the state, but that shouldn't stop us from doing work or working with the state to try and get outcomes. As a council, we do invest significant amounts of money through our stormwater treatment assets, so gross pollutant traps, trying to capture the litter before it actually comes into the river, and we'll continue to make those investments. But I very much am looking forward to having a more detailed chat with you in the coming weeks, and then being able to have the opportunity to pop down and see the unit when it's actually in situ. Thank you very much again for your passion. Thank you for caring about the environment, and thank you for loving Brisbane as much as we do and trying to find ways to make Brisbane an even better place to live. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Davis, and thank you, Mr Doe, for coming in today. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, can you please update the Chamber on the latest Better Brisbane Index, which proves that the Schrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor Gibney. There are some people that just love talking down Brisbane, and there are some people who are optimistic about the future. There are some people who love this city, and as it turns out, those people are in a great majority. And the latest edition of the Better Brisbane Index, which is research conducted both here in Brisbane and in other capital cities like Sydney and Melbourne, are showing some incredibly positive results. The 2025 Better Brisbane Index shows that 92% of residents positively rate their overall quality of life. 9 in 10 agree that Brisbane is a good place to live and work, and 90% would recommend Brisbane as a great place to live. And just as importantly, 78% say they would prefer to live in Brisbane than anywhere else in Australia. And this is well above the 3-year average and a strong endorsement of our city and the direction it's heading in. When benchmarked against Sydney and Melbourne, Brisbane tops the table across virtually every livability measure. Our residents rate our city more highly than residents in those cities rate theirs. And that's no surprise because they're all moving here. And if they're not moving here, they want to move here. Now, this is a significant result and it reinforces Brisbane's standing as the lifestyle capital of Australia. And it's not just us who are saying this. Last week, Forbes magazine named Brisbane as the best city to raise a family. Not the best city in Australia, the best city in the world to raise a family. Forbes magazine. We agree, and Brisbane residents agree as well. And thousands of people who have fled Sydney and Melbourne to make Brisbane their home are voting with their feet, and they also agree. There's been a noticeable shift in how people see the progress of the city as well. 66% of residents now agree Brisbane is a better place to live and work than it was 5 years ago, up from 61%. And so it's a measure that's improving. Anyone that suggests that Brisbane is in decline or Brisbane is going downhill, they are in the minority. And most of all, they're usually just motivated by party politics. And so the people of Brisbane have spoken, the people of Sydney have spoken, the people of Melbourne have spoken, and they are all rating Brisbane highly and they're excited about the future. 90% agree that Brisbane has great festivals and events that bring people together, and that's a significant uplift on previous years. 89% say Brisbane has lots to offer in terms of dining and nightlife. 83% agree it has a strong arts, culture and creative scene. It's a city that's vibrant, welcoming and full of opportunity. On the economy, despite national cost of living pressures and a lot of doom and gloom about those nationally, 82% of Brisbane residents agree that Brisbane has a strong economy, and 83% say it's a good place to run a business. 78% agree that Council is encouraging investment in the local economy, and that's a significant increase from the 2023 result. And that reflects the work we're doing to back local jobs, to support local business, to generate activity and investment in the lead up to 2032. Transport is another area of significant progress. New measures show 82% say it is easy to get around Brisbane for work or leisure. 88% say that active transport, like walking and cycling and new bridges, are encouraged and being provided for. And these results reflect the investments that we've been making both in public transport and in active transport. Importantly, residents also recognise Council's leadership in delivering these results. 3/4 of residents agree council is effectively supporting and guiding the city's development, and a majority agree that we have a clear vision for the next 10 to 20 years and that our work is making Brisbane a better place. Now, of course, the index also tells where the pressures are, and it won't be of a surprise to anyone that housing is a key issue of pressure. And that's been identified by 49% of residents as the number one issue. This is why, week in, week out, we continue to introduce initiatives that will boost supply and make housing more affordable to build, bring down the build costs, and that whether that's a low, medium density changes around major centres, changes in inner city locations that are well located, we will continue to support housing supply. And we will continue to approve housing at rates above
your time
the
has
South East
expired.
Queensland Regional Plan.
Further questions? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, will you guarantee that you won't send in the bulldozers to the Norman Park Community and Sports Club like you did at East Brisbane and preserve this site as a community facility?
Absolutely.
Lord Mayor.
Well, that's an interesting question, because if you actually look at what happened at East Brisbane, the group that was operating out of there actually were provided with a great new facility in your ward, Councillor Collier, in your ward, and they love it. And so they were in a bowls club that had seen better days, and one that would be better purposed as parkland for the local community. And we provided them with a location which was much more purpose-built for their operations, and one which they love and appreciate. And so if this is somehow supposed to be an example of a problem, that backfired, because ultimately the outcome in East Brisbane is a fantastic one. We will be able to deliver a better park for Mowbray Park, and that work is ongoing, and we've got the plans to deliver an improved parkland outcome there. And
one moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier. You've asked the question. The Lord Mayor is answering. You don't call out while he is answering it. You know that very well, and every week I have to remind you. Lord Mayor.
As I was saying, Madam Chair, the plan for Mowbray Park is very clear, and we've been consistent on that for a number of years now. And that is to remove the derelict Bowls Club building and to return that land for the use of the people in that area, to improve the facilities in the park.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
The question is, will the Lord Mayor guarantee you won't send the bulldozers in to demolish the Norman Park Community Sports?
Councillor, I'm speaking. I do not uphold that point of order. The question has been asked by Councillor Collier. The Lord Mayor is answering it. Lord Mayor.
Yes. And so
one moment, please, Lord Mayor, and I caution you, Councillor Griffiths. Remain quiet, Lord Mayor.
And so the question referenced East Brisbane as some kind of example, and I was simply explaining what happened in East Brisbane. If they want to use that as an example of our plan to improve parkland and to get people into good community facilities, I think that's a great example. It is an example that sees a net benefit to the users of both the park and also the former Bowls Club, because they were given a purpose-built facility that they love, that they absolutely love, and they have been able to thrive in that new location. And so this is an example.
Collier, well, take the conversation outside because it's very loud. Lord Mayor.
So this is an example of our commitment to improving parkland and our commitment to supporting community groups as well. And so...
one moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
What on earth is the Lord Mayor talking about?
Councillor, that is not a point of order. Please resume your seat and let the Lord Mayor answer the question.
About Norman Park Bowls Club.
I have advised you before that just because you don't like what is the answer or being said, you don't get to jump up And so I do not uphold your point of order, Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
It's not about whether we like the information the Lord Mayor is giving or not. It's about relevance. So the Lord Mayor, under the meetings local law, is required to answer the question.
Thank
the question
you.
was about the Norman Park Bowls Club.
Thanks, Councillor. The Lord Mayor is answering the question. He has 5 minutes to do it. And if we could stop interrupting him. And I don't uphold your point of order, Lord Mayor. Councillor, stop. Councillor, I caution you about calling out. Lord Mayor.
It's quite extraordinary that the opposition would ask a question specifically referencing East Brisbane Bowls Club and then not want me to talk about East Brisbane Bowls Club because they tried to use that as an example.
1 moment, please, Lord Mayor. Do not call out Councillor Cassidy and saying that he is gaslighting. That is inappropriate. I've just finished speaking to you and telling you not to do that, and you are calling out. That is inappropriate conduct. It is inappropriate, and I ask you to stop doing it. Councillor Massey, I caution you. And I especially about using that word. Lord Mayor. Councillors, stop calling out.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of
Some
order,
clarity about
Councillor
the words,
Massey.
not using what words. Was it the Mulberry Park
Councillor,
master plan isn't online anymore and doesn't exist? Which word was it?
You called out. What I heard was you using the word lies, so please do not call that. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Collier. I don't need you to advise me what to do. And Councillor Massey, then if you have rephrased that or you've told me that you haven't said that, I appreciate it. Good, thank you. Lord Mayor, councillors on all sides, please remain quiet while the Lord Mayor tries to answer the question.
Thank you. It's also quite interesting that for the second week in a row, they asked a question and then have done everything possible to try and stop me from actually speaking in the council chamber and answering a question. And so we've seen it again. Look, it is not my fault that they've asked an incompetent question by using East Brisbane as an example. Like, it's a classic own goal.
1 moment, please,
It's a
Lord
classic
Mayor.
own goal.
No, Councillor Strunk. Councillor Collier, I caution you, and you're very close to being formally warned. That is extremely inappropriate conduct.
Point of order.
Councillor Strunk, if it's the same point of order. Okay,
No,
Councillor Strunk, your point of order. Thank you, Councillor Collier. Stop arguing with me.
The last couple of sentences that the Lord Mayor finished off with, he started to debate the question, not answer it.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Lord Mayor.
So East Brisbane is a great example of where, when we act in the best interests of the community. We act to get a better outcome. And I can say this, Norman Park, we will also act in the best interests of the community. And
Councillor Collier, Councillor Griffiths, 1 moment please, Councillor Johnston, and Councillor Cassidy, calling out again. Before I come to you, Councillor Johnston, I just want to remind all councillors that when you ask the question, you are not to keep interrupting the Lord Mayor. Just because you do not like the answer doesn't mean that gives you the excuse to get up and continue to do that. And it also, as you know, is inappropriate to be calling out all the time while another councillor is speaking. And we go through this every week. Now, when you call for relevance, you know, that's my decision. Don't keep questioning my decision. I am the chair and I'm trying to keep the meeting running smoothly and to the agenda. So I ask you all to show suitable meeting conduct. Councillor Johnston?
Yes, thank you. My question is to the Lord Mayor.
One moment, Councillor Johnston. I haven't asked for further questions. The Lord Mayor's still. I know.
The Lord Mayor sat down.
No.
It's the next question. The Lord Mayor
Councillor,
sat down.
Yeah, because
he just voluntarily sat down. Yeah. So surely the next person can ask the question. Come on. You called it.
Point of order.
I'm ready to go.
No, Councillor Johnston, I'm sorry, but you must have missed that the Lord Mayor was waiting for me to get the room to be quiet.
You didn't say anything.
And Councillor, I went straight into the same thing I've repeated several times already in this meeting. We are only 15 minutes in and I've had to say it several times. So, Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Kim.
As nearly every opposition councillor has stood from the floor and spoken, could I please check that the live stream is working correctly for this meeting?
I can see you, Councillor.
Thank you for your confirmation. It's very important.
You're very welcome. But it's not a point of order and it isn't appropriately timed either. Let the Lord Mayor finish answering his question. Lord Mayor.
Now, it seems from this question that Labor councillors are aware of some kind of plan for the Bowls Club. I'm not. I'm not aware of any plan. And so if they are aware of some kind of plan, well, come out with it. What's the plan? Because our plan is always, when it comes to a community facility, to get the best community outcome. And so if there is some kind of plan that I need to know about, I'd be keen to know about it, but I'm not aware of any plan for the Norman Park Bowls Club. Certainly nothing's reached my desk. And so is this maybe, Madam Chair, another fear-mongering campaign from Labor to stir up concern in the local... Maybe. I mean, they have a lot of form when it comes to this kind of thing. But you know for a fact that we always strive for the best community outcome. And there is no reason why we wouldn't do the same thing for Norman Park. Because in the end, the East Brisbane example that they used, not me, that they included in their question, is a great example of how we're able to deliver a positive community outcome with a former Bowls Club site. We relocated the tenant to a better facility and the Bowls Club in East Brisbane is being returned to the park.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, we've just heard from the Lord Mayor that Forbes magazine has named Brisbane the best place in the world to raise a family. Can you please outline for the Chamber how our investment in world-class parks and open spaces is helping to make Brisbane's lifestyle even better?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you, can I thank Councillor Marx for the question, because I just appreciate how much Councillor Marx knows the importance of having world-class open spaces for families, not only in her ward of Runcorn, but right across our city. Madam Chair, as the Lord Mayor touched on, Brisbane continues to be the destination choice for young families. The latest recognition from Forbes is yet another welcome addition to the growing list of accolades our city has earned, particularly because it speaks directly to the quality of life shaped by our beautiful outdoor spaces. I would say it would be difficult to find anywhere else in Australia that offers as many parks or green spaces than we have here in Brisbane, and this is a direct result of our ongoing investment in our world-class open spaces. From our very first park, the City Botanic Gardens, we have grown our network to almost 2,200 parks, Lord Mayor, including almost 1,100 playgrounds spread across our local, district and metropolitan level parks. All up, our network of urban parks makes up an impressive 6,200 hectares. And if you add our natural reserves to that, we're talking about more than 16,000 hectares of parkland, which few cities can match. Our parks are for picnics, they're for weekend adventures and everyday moments. They are places where grandparents can take their grandchildren, where couples can walk their dogs, where teenagers can ride or skate, and where children can explore the natural world around them. Within this huge scope of parklands, we offer a range of different offerings, and that includes playgrounds, it includes our dog parks, skate parks, BMX facilities and tennis courts. And as our understanding of how residents want to play and exercise continues to evolve, so too does our approach to designing these spaces. We're constantly adapting to emerging trends and community expectations so that we can continue to deliver innovative and engaging places for families. And that's led to the addition of new and exciting modern features like the ninja courses, like pickleball courts, multi-use game areas, pump tracks and innovative new district park designs. We've seen some great examples of what's possible with projects such as the award-winning Bradbury Park, which is a phenomenal precinct with a multi-level playground for all ages, a nature play area and of course the scooter track. We're also creating lifestyle precincts which are perfect for families, combining open space with community facilities, parks and recreational pathways. We've undertaken the Oxley Creek transformation, which started with the delivery of the fantastic Warrall Parklands at Larapinta. Most recently, we delivered the Archerfield Wetlands District Park, and the next stage, Madam Chair, we're moving on to the Graceville Riverside Parklands. The award-winning space at Archerfield, as you know, has become one of our most popular family destinations, which seamlessly combines a major adventure play space, water play features, walking and cycling trails, recreation through the wetlands. The Norman Creek Master Plan is another lifestyle precinct which came to life with the transformation of Hanlon Park, and of course we're progressing master plans for Kedron Brook and Wynnum Manly Lota. We also have a great mix of sports parks in the suburbs to ensure families have easy access to sporting facilities for organised and informal activities. The next cabs off the rank are the District Sports Park at Pallara and then off to Ellen Grove. And as I've been delighted to see these projects progress from concept into fully formed concept plans ready for construction. Madam Chair, to sum it all up, Brisbane really is the lifestyle capital of Australia. There is a reason we have been recognised as the best city for families, which has so much to do with our incredible variety of parks and outdoor spaces. They provide a lifestyle advantage that few cities can match, and we will continue to provide this for Brisbane residents. But Madam Chair, Brisbane is also one of the most affordable capital cities in which to raise a family, with the lowest rates in southeast Queensland, and that's because of the Shrenner Council. When you consider everything we're delivering, it is no surprise that families are choosing Brisbane for the incredible lifestyle we provide. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. South Brisbane businesses have had to close during the week because construction noise has been so loud and reverberating. Developers have illegally blocked lanes of traffic in Kangaroo Point in South Brisbane, and most recently on Filmer Street in West End, with no approvals and no notice to the residents. On Beazley Street, developers have been screwing no parking signs directly into street trees, potentially damaging protected vegetation. Across Brisbane, we're seeing developers push well beyond their approvals and treat our streets and public spaces like their own private work sites. Lord Mayor, what actions and accountability measures will you take to ensure developers stop treating our streets, public spaces and communities as disposable?
Lord Mayor.
Well, challenges of construction are exactly the reason why we have a task force in the council to deal and respond with these emerging construction issues, because we know that construction does come with impacts, whether it's a major infrastructure project or the building of new housing. And those impacts have to be managed, and we have an important role in doing that. And there are important laws and legislation in place to ensure that happens. And so we, on an ongoing basis, are continually monitoring the compliance with appropriate laws and approvals. We will continue to do so.
Point of order, Chair. So the question that I asked is, what are you willing to do? These are things that have happened without approval, Lord Mayor.
Councillor, that is not a point of order to keep asking the question. We've already had that discussion, this meeting. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And so when it comes to building major infrastructure projects or housing developments or apartment buildings, we know that these are critical things that need to be built. Infrastructure needs to be built. New housing needs to be built. But we also need to manage the impacts and ensure compliance with the law. It is my expectation that the officers of this council will adhere and require developers to adhere to the law. And so where there have been breaches, I expect them to be dealt with. I would also point out, though, that in the middle of a housing crisis, this is just another thing that the Greens are doing to oppose housing. They will find any reason to oppose new homes being built.
Please,
the question was, and I repeat, accountability and actions. We are talking about...
No, Councillor Massey, I've already told you, stop speaking. Stop speaking while I'm speaking. Don't keep asking the question. You've asked it, and the Lord Mayor is answering it. Lord Mayor.
It is ironic that Councillor Massey is all for blocking streets without approval when it comes to a protest. And there's not a protest that Councillor Massey doesn't support. And she is quite happy to support people blocking roads without approval, including, remember when they used to glue themselves to major roads, Extinction Rebellion shut down the city. Councillor Massey and her colleagues were happy with that.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
This is a misrepresentation. I wasn't even the councillor during that period.
Thank you,
You're going to let the Lord Mayor just say these
Thank you,
words?
Councillor.
Come on.
Lord Mayor, can you come to the question, please?
Councillor Massey's mentor and the person that's responsible for getting
Councillor
her
Massey,
into this role, Jonathan Tree, actually hosted Extinction Rebellion and supported them in their training efforts.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston. Councillors. Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, the meeting's local law requires the Lord Mayor to not debate the question and to answer the question. The Lord Mayor is talking about everything else except streets in South Brisbane being blocked and trees being nailed with signs, all of which are contrary to Council's local laws. I am interested in the answer, and I would ask that you refer him to make that answer.
Thank you, Councillor. Lord Mayor, can you please come to
Well, Councillor Johnston wasn't listening because I
One
already
moment,
answered
please.
that part of the question.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor
Madam
Johnston.
Chair, I've made a point of order. I'm entitled to a response to that point of order instead of you just inviting the Lord Mayor to continue, as you just did.
Well, because, Councillor, I don't uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
Does anyone else want to do a point of order? You're welcome to. And so, as I said before, and obviously some councillors didn't hear, I expect the law to be adhered to. And where there's requirements under approvals or under legislation, I expect them to be enforced. And that is my expectation of the council officers who run the task force on construction that we have, one that we established for this exact reason. We expect that those laws will be adhered to. And we actually have respect for the law, unlike the Greens councillors. Unlike the Greens councillors who are quite happy to shut down the city for various reasons, for protests, because we know that the rule of law exists for a reason, and so that exists to protect people. And we don't take that rule of law on a case-by-case basis like the Greens do, where sometimes breaking the law is okay. The law exists for a reason. We expect it to be adhered to. It exists to protect residents and the people of Brisbane. And we have a consistent...
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Massey, I caution you for calling out repeatedly. Councillor Massey, I'll formally warn you if you continue to call out. Lord Mayor.
We have a consistent respect for the law, unlike the Greens political party, who only like the law when it suits them or if it's something they agree with. And, you know, might I remind councillors that their former leader and Lord Mayoral candidate said it was okay to steal from supermarkets. It was okay to break into people's houses and live there. Zero respect for the law.
Point of order,
whereas
Chair.
we respect the law.
This is going to be my last one. How is that relevant to the question?
That is not a point of order, and I do not uphold that point of order. Lord Mayor, are you finished with answering that question, or have you got more to say?
Once again, Madam Chair, we see a question asked and every effort being made to make sure that I'm not able to actually answer the question. I have answered the question, and for those that missed it, I expect the law to be enforced. Council officers will be enforcing the laws. That is my reasonable expectation. But it is hypocritical that the Greens are suddenly interested in respecting the law when they've shown disregard for the law in so many ways in the past.
Further questions? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is the Chair...
One moment, please, Councillor, because Councillor Massey is being very rude, calling out. And Councillor Massey, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, last year we announced that the Schrinner Council would be delivering more choice for people parking in Brisbane. Can you please update the Chamber on the launch of our new pay-by-app provider?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Parry for the question. Madam Chair, last year this council made a clear commitment to Brisbane motorists, and that was to keep Brisbane moving. We also said that we would deliver more choice, more convenience and more reliability when it comes to paying for parking in our city. Today I'm pleased to update the Chamber that we are delivering on that commitment. From next Tuesday, the 17th of March, Brisbane will officially have 2 pay-by-app parking providers operating across the city. Paystay will join our existing provider, Cello Park, giving drivers the ability to choose the app that works for them. Madam Chair, the Schrinner Council believes in choice. We believe that more choice is always a good thing for residents, and parking apps are no different. This change means that motorists are no longer forced to use a single provider. It means greater flexibility and it means greater resilience if one system were to experience an outage. Most importantly, it means a better experience for the people who use our on-street parking every single day. Madam Chair, Paystay is a proven and reliable technology solution. It's an Australian-developed parking app and it's been operating since 2014. It's already widely used across Australia, including in major councils like the City of Sydney and the City of Yarra. Closer to home, it's already been operating successfully at Griffith University campus, right here in Brisbane. It is an excellent system and it will complement our existing council services. Madam Chair, Brisbane has actually been a leader in parking innovation for a long time now. Would you believe we actually introduced pay-by-app parking all the way back in 2009 when the song TikTok by Kesha was actually topping the charts, and Barack, or it could be Keisha as some have referred to it in the chamber, Madam Chair, all the way back in 2009. And at the time, mobile parking was only used by the very earliest adopters, but today more than half of all parking transactions in the city are done by app. More than 4.5 million transactions each and every year made through the app. And that tells us something very clearly, Madam Chair. People are choosing digital parking because it's easier, faster and more convenient. We've also seen credit card transactions at physical meters fall by 18% since 2020. Madam Chair, this isn't council forcing change on residents. This is council responding to the way that people already live, work and move around our city. And one of the biggest reasons that people like pay-by-app parking is simple. There's no guesswork required. You don't have to estimate how long you will be parked in a location for. You start the session when you arrive and you stop it when you're done. Or like me, sometimes you forget to turn off the app, so you pay a little bit extra, into ratepayers' coffers. But it's a lot better than sitting somewhere and wondering if you need to rush back and top up the meter to avoid a fine. A quick tap on your phone and you're done. Of course, Madam Chair, it's important to remember that physical parking meters are not disappearing. We still have more than 7,000 machines across the city and they remain available for people who prefer to pay that way. But as app-only parking continues to expand with around 2,600 paid spaces already operating in the city that are digital only, these spaces deliver value for money for ratepayers, reducing our reliance on physical machines over time. It's also important to remember that Council continues to set and regulate the parking prices. We will always protect residents and visitors and we will never permit price gouging. Working with private providers does not mean giving up control. It does mean delivering better and more efficient services while maintaining strong guardrails. That balanced approach has always been the Shrinner Council's way. We will work with the market where it delivers better outcomes, and we regulate the market to make sure that residents are protected. Madam Chair, signs will be going up across Brisbane from the 16th of March, letting motorists know that they have a choice of pay-by-app parking providers. Information on zones, fees and the approved apps will also be available on Council's website. Brisbane, of course, is a growing city, Madam Chair. We want simpler, more reliable and more modern ways to pay for everyday services, and this change delivers exactly that. Madam Chair, the Shrinner Council is embracing technology, embracing choice and delivering better outcomes for Brisbane motorists. And once again, this is one of the many ways that this administration is keeping Brisbane moving. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, my question is to the Lord Mayor. This year you have funded decorative lighting under trees in Oakman Park, Taringa, described as, quote, a glow-up by the local councillor. You funded this glow-up from the Safer Suburbs lighting budget. Yet dozens of actual pedestrian and bikeway lighting projects around the city on busy commuter and recreational parks, including in Yeronga, Fairfield and Sherwood, have been unfunded for years and years. Why are you funding decorative lighting and promoting decorative lighting rather than actual safety lighting on busy pedestrian pathways that have been waiting for so long?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Councillor Johnson, that's not the choice that's being made here. The reality is that lighting can be both. They can do both things. They can actually add an extra vibrancy to an area, but it can also improve safety. And so our primary response and aim when it comes to lighting projects is for the general safety, the usability of a space. But if it also adds a glow up, that's an added benefit, but that's not why we choose a particular site. All sites are assessed based on their priority and need. We'll continue to do that.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Madam Chair, the lighting at Oakman Park is under trees for decorative purposes.
Councillor, you've asked your question.
So I'm interested in why this was funded out of the Safer Suburbs lighting budget.
Thank you, Councillor.
As opposed to pathway lighting projects in my ward.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor. You've asked the question. You don't get to repeatedly ask the question. Let's let the Lord Mayor answer it. Lord Mayor.
Projects are funded if they adhere to the goals and requirements of the Safer Suburbs program. There was no Safer Suburbs program under Labor. There was no Safer Suburbs program previously. This is something that we introduced proactively. Why? Because we're interested in supporting safer suburbs. We will continue to do this and we will continue to make sure that worthwhile projects get funded. And so whether it is a project in Taringa or whether it's a project in another part of the city, it will be assessed on its merit and whether it meets the guidelines of the program that is being funded under. So this is something, as I said, where things can serve multi-purposes. And that is a wonderful thing because ultimately it's better bang for the buck. If it improves safety but also has another purpose, that is a good thing. So we'll continue to objectively assess applications and proposals based on their merit, based on the benefits they can deliver. That's the way we always do things, and that's the way we'll continue to do things.
Please, Lord Mayor. Point of
Chair,
order,
on
Councillor
relevance,
Collier.
85% of women in Brisbane aged 18 to 24 feel unsafe walking around the streets of Brisbane.
Councillor Collier, that is not appropriate.
Not under trees.
Councillor Collier, it is not your question. It is not your place to debate what the Lord Mayor is saying, which is what you're doing. I do not uphold your point of order, and I encourage you, if you want to raise it, please do it in general business today. Thank you. Lord Mayor. Finished. Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is to the Chair of the Public Transport Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, the Shrinner Council is committed to keeping Brisbane moving by improving public transport. Can you please update the Chamber on our latest investment in public transport?
Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and can I thank Councillor Toomey for his question and his ongoing enthusiasm for the engine of the new City Cats, which is continues to be of great interest to Councillor Toomey, because that is the engine, of course, is the literal driving force behind our new City Cat, but it's the people of Brisbane and their enthusiasm for our City Cats which is the real driving force behind our public transport delivery. Now, today we heard in committee a presentation about Mabapa 2. It is the 10th of our Gen 4 City Cats delivered as part of our ongoing commitment to modernise public transport and keep Brisbane moving. This is our 31st City Cat purchased by Brisbane City Council, the vast majority of which purchased by a Liberal National-led organisation. The original purchase was of 6 under the Sawley era, and since the Liberal Nationals have been in control of this place, we have bought 25 City Cats, each one better than the one before. There's sometimes a sad argument made that the City Cats are some sort of Labor proposal. Well, perhaps the first 6 were theirs, but they haven't bought one in this place since 1998. And we have bought 25, an ongoing commitment to public transport that sees an ongoing and increasing appeal and popularity for that form of public transport, for not only its transportation appeal, but also how enjoyable it is to use generally. So typically would see that's not correct. Over the last 12 months, there has been more than 6 million trips taken on our City Cat network, an increase of roughly 1 million from last year. These numbers are a testament to the success of our modern fleet and the strength of our public transport network. So,
Councillor Collier, look around you, and there's a councillor on his feet speaking, and all we can hear is you calling out. If that is a conversation, take it outside. Councillor Wines.
We've been over this in the past. Morningside Ward has one of the highest uptakes of uses of the City Cat. It is hugely popular in that community, and it's strange that Councillor Collier protests these. It's really unusual. I encourage her to get out of her office, walk down the street and get involved with these City Cats.
Councillor Wines. Councillor Collier, as you failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with Section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Now, look, it's important to recall that these City Cats are a locally produced and delivered product made out of Murray by a firm called Ozships. And the first of this new generation was delivered in 2019, and we've taken hold, as I said, taken control of our 10th one. It was launched by a lady called Jennifer Dunn, who is a defender for the Brisbane Lions, the week leading into the Brisbane Lions grand final contest against North Melbourne. Now, that is the only grand final that a Brisbane-based football team lost last year. We won all of the others. And we would have won that one had it not been for a remarkably successful North Melbourne side, something that I trust we will never hear again. These vehicles require approximately 300,000 hours of work, with 10% of the work delivered by apprentices supporting local skills development. More than 30 local suppliers contributed, and about half the construction, now just bear with me here, half the construction is powered through renewable energy sources. The vehicle itself is 27.2 metres long and can carry 170 passengers. It features amenities like the upper deck with shade sails.
Councillor Wines, but question time has expired. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 2nd of March 2026.
A point of order.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to suspend standing orders to move a motion that's not currently listed on the agenda, banning the Lord Mayor from travelling to LA until the bin crisis is sorted.
Seconded. A request to suspend standing orders has been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 2nd of March 2026 be adopted.
Seconded, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
It has been, one moment, I'm speaking. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 2nd of March 2026 be adopted. Councillor Collier, your point of order.
Chair, I move to suspend standing orders in order to move a motion not on the agenda to protect the Norman Park Sports and Community Club.
It's been moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Cassidy to suspend standing orders. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bell. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to suspend all standing orders in order to enable me to move the following motion: that all travel to LA by the Lord Mayor is banned until the Lord Mayor visits Pollara and visits the struggling residents of Ritchie Road.
Councillor, just one moment, please. Councillor Kim and who seconded? Councillor Collier have moved to suspend standing orders. All those in favour of suspending standing orders say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the... clerks.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
Thank you. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you. I move to suspend standing orders. And this is a motion that is not on the agenda, to get the Lord Mayor to actually use the $21 million for bushland buyback.
Thank you,
to
Councillor.
actually purchase
just the topic
bushland.
is fine.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Griffiths to suspend standing order and seconded by Councillor Collier to suspend standing orders. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
Councillors, please, that is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I always do, I just wanted to update everyone on the lighting up of council assets. Last night.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston. I've called you, councillor.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I seek leave to suspend standing orders in order to move a motion that is not on the agenda, requiring the Lord Mayor to remain in Brisbane and not attend an overseas trip to Boston and LA until prioritising safety lighting in Brisbane parks.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you. Just before we go further, I do remind councillors I have given you leniency to put the topic, which isn't actually in the meetings local law, but I understand why you want to, but please don't go into the motion that you are trying to suspend. You are moving to suspend standing orders. That is the motion that you are doing. It has been moved by councillor Johnson to suspend standing orders, seconded by councillor Collier. Ayes, yeah. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division. Called by councillor Johnson, seconded by councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, councillor Massey.
I move to suspend the standing orders to move a motion not on the agenda that this council supports the right to protest.
Seconded.
Has been moved by councillor Massey and seconded by councillor Chongwa to suspend standing orders. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by councillor Massey and seconded by councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
I'm happy to wait.
No, please go.
Okay. Last night, all of the city assets were lit up in purple to celebrate Queensland Women's Week. And obviously on Sunday we had International Women's Day as well, and a number of fantastic events being held across the community, across the city, to support both International Women's Day and also Queensland Women's Week. On Thursday, the assets will be lit up in red to support World Kidney Day and the 1.8 million Australians living with kidney disease. On Friday, the assets will be lit in teal to support Long COVID Awareness Day. On Saturday, City Hall will be lit in red to celebrate the Dance for Daniel, now in its 21st year, which raises funds for the Daniel Morecambe Foundation, something which all of us are very proud to support. Also on Saturday, other assets other than City Hall will be lit in green to celebrate St Patrick's Day and the signature event of the Brisbane Irish Festival and our local Brisbane Irish community here in the state of Queensland and the city of Brisbane. Finally, on Sunday, the assets will be lit in green and gold to support our athletes at the Squash Australian Open, which we're proud to be hosting at the South Bank Piazza. Last week, I joined the mayors of the capital cities of Australia, the Capital City Lord Mayors Group, together with the Chief Minister of the Australian Capital Territory, who is happy to wear two hats as a Chief Minister and also a Lord Mayor. This is an annual visit that happens to advocate to the federal government, particularly in the lead up to budget, about the priorities of Australia's capital cities. And so it was good to join with all of the Lord Mayors. We had a full contingent. We had the mayors from Darwin, Perth, Adelaide, Hobart, Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane, together with the Chief Minister of the ACT, all together to advocate to the federal government. There was a lot of commonalities in the type of things that were important across all of the capital cities, and housing being right at the top of the list, sustainability, investment in infrastructure, and the need for increased federal funding across a range of areas. It was pointed out repeatedly that so much of the population in Australia lives in our capital cities. So much of the growth and growth pressure happens in our capital cities. And so many of the housing challenges can be solved by large part more investment in the capital cities when it comes to housing supply. We were able to meet with a number of federal ministers, including Patrick Gorman, the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, Kirsty McBain, the Minister for Emergency Management and Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories, and someone who is a former mayor herself and moved from that level of government to federal, someone who understands the challenges of local government. We were due to meet with Minister Catherine King, the Infrastructure Minister, but at the last minute she was called away because the Prime Minister of Canada was in town that day and there were obligations. However, Minister King's senior advisors and staff joined us for a meeting and that was a productive one where we talked about the critical need for further federal government investment in infrastructure, both in Brisbane, in the suburbs of Brisbane and also across the capital cities. We met with Minister Claire O'Neill, the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, and we had some very productive discussions with the Minister on programs that will support the extra supply of new housing, and that includes funding going through to organisations like Brisbane Housing Company that can build social and affordable housing, a jointly owned entity owned by the Brisbane City Council and the state government that has already delivered more than 2,000 homes and has plans to deliver at least another 2,000 homes as well at a time of critical need. And so the federal government's role in supporting that is appreciated, and obviously we'd always appreciate more support. We also all met with the opposition as well, and in this case it was Senator James McGrath, the Shadow Special Minister of State, Shadow Minister for Urban Infrastructure and Cities, Shadow Minister for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and also Senator for Queensland. And so they were productive discussions, but every council is facing similar challenges, and every council knows that these challenges won't be solved by local government alone, and that support from federal government is critical. And the reason for that is that local government collects 3 cents out of every dollar paid in tax in this country, just 3 cents or 3%. Federal government collects 81 cents or 81%. State governments collect 16%. And so the councils have an important role at the grassroots and ground level, but not the funding to achieve all of the things that we would like to achieve. And so partnerships are critical.
That's right.
Partnerships, though, have delivered incredible results. Partnerships with the current government and partnerships with previous governments have been incredibly productive. And you only have to look at the example of the Brisbane Metro, which sees a partnership of all 3 levels of government, but particularly funding from the federal government of more than $400 million to that project. And now we've seen a significant increase in patronage as a result of Brisbane Metro and the new bus network that were delivered in the middle of last year. A 10% increase in bus patronage right across the network as a result of that partnership and that investment. We've seen examples like the Kangaroo Point Bridge, which has exceeded all expectations, funded in partnership with the federal government, where they put $63 million towards that project. We've seen in the western suburbs the Moggill Road corridor upgrade delivered in partnership with the federal government, and a great outcome and a significant federal contribution there. It was also pointed out that there is still a significant ongoing challenge with cost shifting from other levels of government on to local government. At the same time as meeting with federal MPs and ministers, we also submitted our federal budget submission on behalf of the City of Brisbane to the Federal Treasurer and to Labor MPs. And that budget submission pointed out that around 13% of the rates that are paid by Brisbane ratepayers and ratepayers in other councils as well are for things that have been cost shifted onto councils by other levels of government. And that only seems to increase year on year. Responsibilities come, extra responsibilities are given to local government, but often it's with no funding attached, or often the funding mechanism that is given to local government is, oh, well, you can introduce a fee to provide this service. And so this is a challenge for all councils, but particularly the rapidly growing councils. The other point that it was important to make, and that we made in our submission, is that there seems to be an outsized federal investment in other capital cities. And we've just heard, and I mentioned it last week, more than $600 million going into progressing planning for a fast rail between Newcastle and Sydney. So this is not to actually build anything, this is just for planning work, $600 million. Now, if they can get that project to work, great. You know, so many places have not been able to get fast rail to work, so if they do, great. But that kind of investment could actually deliver real infrastructure in Brisbane, real outcomes in Brisbane. We've seen examples of where significant federal contributions have been made outside of Brisbane. The $7.2 billion for the Bruce Highway, outside of Brisbane. Yes, an important need, but not recognising the growth that Brisbane is experiencing, the growth that South East Queensland is experiencing. There was $2.3 billion for rail infrastructure in Western Sydney, including a rail extension, and more than $1 billion towards upgrading Townsend Road, Burdekin Road, Garfield Road, 15th Avenue, all local roads. And so there's plenty of precedent for federal government to support local roads being upgraded, let alone national highways like the Story Bridge. And so we've seen $50 million to upgrade the Monaro Highway in the ACT, $200 million to upgrade the Arthur Highway in Tasmania, $2 billion to upgrade the Sunshine train station in Melbourne.
Lord Mayor,
$1
your
billion.
time has expired.
Move for an extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
$1 billion to upgrade local roads in Melbourne, $350 million to upgrade a freeway in WA, and with Brisbane having 600 people a week moving here, we simply pointed out that the need is great here as well, and an equivalent level of federal support to what is being given to other cities would be greatly appreciated and make a huge difference. And so it was certainly not in any way, shape, a negative pitch. It was a positive opportunity to partner together, just as we have with Brisbane Metro and the Kangaroo Point Bridge and Mogul Road project and other projects that have been delivered in partnership with the federal government. We also asked for federal funding supplement to provide additional housing supply, and whether that's the support for Brisbane Housing Company projects or other housing projects, whether it's support for enabling infrastructure, and that includes the need for more enabling infrastructure in suburbs like Rochdale, in suburbs like Pallara, which we continue to advocate for. As we know, and as I mentioned last week, stage 1 of the Ritchie Road corridor upgrade was federally funded. An acknowledgement that the federal government has an interest in this, an acknowledgement that the federal government does fund these kind of things, and so we'll continue to advocate for more federal funding for suburbs like Pallara, for suburbs like Rochdale and other rapidly growing areas of the city. So the federal budget submission has been lodged, and there's a lot of opportunities to partner, but we again state that a lot can be achieved in partnering with other levels of government. Great outcomes for the community, mutual benefit for the residents we all mutually serve. And I know that the Treasurer, Dr Jim Chalmers, is well aware of the growth pressures that Brisbane and South East Queensland are under, and we look forward to working collaboratively with the federal government on some of those projects and initiatives that can be rolled out. Item A before us is the significant contracting plan for road resurfacing and rehabilitation. It will allow Council to set up a corporate procurement arrangement in the form of a panel. Brisbane's road network is obviously critical to keeping our city moving. It supports business, tourism and recreational purposes, helps residents get around each day, and road resurfacing and rehabilitation services are required to renew, maintain and improve the condition of the road network. The asset value of the road network is approximately $3.2 billion, and this year has been a busy year for resurfacing and rehabilitation. In the first half of this financial year, our crews laid 112 kilotons of asphalt, and that's nearly a 20% increase on the same period for the previous year. Road resurfacing crews are now laying 1,500 tonnes of asphalt per shift, and this is in addition to filling potholes as well, which happens on an ongoing basis, and road patching, which is not pothole filling, it's road repairs in a larger area where a section has failed and that section can be replaced, but the remainder of the road is in good condition. The arrangement for this SCP facilitates, will allow Council to maintain the momentum we've got underway. It is an important service that we provide and we want to continue gearing it up, but obviously we need a procurement process in place to do that. It will supplement the road paving crews out on our roads every day that we have in-house, and we continue to do the large volume of work in-house, but this allows us to be more flexible as well. This allows Council to respond to unplanned resurfacing works, and they can occur for many reasons, including a water main burst down in your way, Councillor Atwood, where work needs to be done urgently. And this allows the flexibility to deal with those kind of issues as well. So I commend this item to the Chamber. Item B relates to the City Defined Benefit Fund actuarial adjustment. There's a relatively small number of council employees who have a City Defined Benefits account for their superannuation. I think from memory, Deputy Mayor, it's around 60. Yes. So out of an organisation of thousands of people, there are around 60 people that are part of a defined benefit fund. 63 to be precise. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With this defined benefit fund, provisions are made to make sure that future obligations are met, and we've been doing that in a responsible way year in, year out. Other employees are part of different funds, and obviously defined benefit funds have largely been replaced by I guess the choice of superannuation that people can go to, and so people can now choose a fund, and most of our employees do choose various funds, but this one is a legacy of the past. The defined benefit fund currently has a surplus in it over and above what is required to meet the obligations under that fund, and compared with the requirement, the decision's been made to transfer that surplus to benefit other employees in their superannuation funds. And so this funding is not being, absorbed into general revenue. It's going to support the superannuation contribution for other council employees. And so the defined benefit fund will continue until the retirement of the very last of those 63 members. We are committed to it. We will fully fund that. This particular submission allows us to meet our obligations while putting the surplus funds to a good use. So essentially this is moving funds from a superannuation fund that has more than the required amount of money in it into the superannuation accounts of other employees. And so it is going from super to super, and as I said, not into general revenue, but this is obviously a positive outcome. I commend this item to the Chamber. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy. I'll call you.
Sorry. Just rise to speak on these two items for us today. And can I just ask that they be taken seriatim for voting purposes, please? So starting at the start, Clause A, the procurement subgroup, submission for a contracting plan for road resurfacing and rehabilitation. A lot of R's in there. Road rehabilitation, including supply of asphalt, and road rehabilitation, excluding the supply of asphalt, a 3-year contract with extension options up to 9 years, and a commercial in confidence figure that we're not allowed to talk about today in the... There's a lot of money anyway. Current contract expires in October this year. So the 3 R's of council, roads, rates, rubbish. They're not doing very good on rubbish. Ritchie Road's not being looked after very well, and I'm sure we'll hear all about that. Rates are sky high, highest on record ever in the history of Brisbane, and roads are being left behind, Chair. There isn't anything more basic or fundamental than why a council exists in Queensland. We exist at the will and whim of the state government of the day. We exist because of the City of Brisbane Act and Regulation, the Local Government Act and Regulation. One of the responsibilities of local governments is to maintain roads, resurface those roads, fill in potholes in those roads. And I guess this is an opportune time to revisit some of the comments made by the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee here in Council, who oversees this policy area for Brisbane. About a month ago, Councillor Murphy made a comment in the Chamber that all potholes in Brisbane get fixed within 24 hours. That comment baffled us, Deputy Chair, because local councillors know, not just ones on this side of the Chamber, but local councillors on that side, they know that some potholes may get filled within 24 hours, but there's a whole lot that don't, and some that last for up to 6 months. Yep. So either Councillor Murphy didn't know what's going on in his department, or he wasn't talking about the Brisbane here in Australia. Maybe he's talking about Brisbane, California. Maybe he and the Lord Mayor were chatting about the Lord Mayor's trip to LA next month, his imminent trip, and they got talking about the wrong Brisbane perhaps. But either way, we know he wasn't talking about what's actually happening here on the ground in Brisbane City Council. I'll just read some of the public feedback that Councillor Murphy received when he said that stupid thing. "Is this the Brisbane Australia he's talking about?" said Stephen. "What nonsense," said Lana. And this one's for the Deputy Chair also of that committee. "What rubbish, driving around Brisbane, the roads are deteriorating at a rapid rate. Hamilton Road between Gympie Road and Webster Road is a goat track." Thank you, Ian. Who is he kidding? The Story Bridge is a disgrace, and that's aside from the fact it is falling down. Couldn't agree more, Jeff. Yeah. So, not that any of this matters, of course, to Councillor Murphy, Chair. He'll just get up and say they weren't real people, they're all Labor Party branch members, or something like that. And God forbid, Chair, God forbid, Chair, that ratepayers have an independent thought, independent of this regime over here. Now, we need a contract for this work to occur. It's a sad reality that these contracts have to be bigger and bigger, that are external to the workforce of council and council's capability, because what we know over the last 2 decades of decline under the LNP here in council is that they have hollowed out council's capability to do this work ourselves, to have people employed, to own those trucks, to have access to this material and to do this work. You just can't help but wonder, we can't say the figure that's before us today, but you can't help but wonder what that amount of money gets you these days over a 9-year period, particularly when you think about, if you go back 10 years, or 11 years, I guess, in terms of financial years, Graham Quirk spent $100 million on road resurfacing in 1 year alone. And then made that commitment that there'd be $90 million a year over the 2016 to 20 council term to resurface council roads. And we know from history and seeing what has evolved over the last 10 years, that figure was nowhere near enough to cover the work that was needed in terms of the basics, because at the time there was billions of dollars going into the Kingston Drive project and the Metro and other projects that the LNP insisted on doing outside of their own capability or jurisdiction. So we knew back then that wasn't enough. And so we saw that trick introduced of doing partial road resurfacing. Oh, yeah. So the list looked all right, but there were thirds of roads being resurfaced. If you fast forward 10 years now, and that figure is way below that. Way below that. What's in this contracting plan today is way below what was spent 10 years ago on road resurfacing and fixing potholes. Do we have less cars driving around Brisbane? Are there less buses and trucks using our roads now than there were 10 years ago? No, of course there's not. And to compound this problem, we saw a couple of years ago the Lord Mayor cut 20% of council's road crews. They slashed them, dressed up as savings to, at the time they said it would drive down the rates that people paid in Brisbane. But since then, many people have seen their rates bills go up by 10%. Yeah. But we're seeing a massive reduction in the amount funded for road resurfacing. That is, I'll take that interjection, the very definition of paying more and getting less under this LNP regime. That's right. Now, reading through the papers, I was shocked to find out that the LNP believes this contract, worth this amount of money, is not a critical contract. Council will not be requiring the contractor to have a business continuity plan if something goes wrong over the next 9 years. There's a lot that could. I mean, come on. In the last 5 years, we've had floods and cyclones, wars impacting on supply chain and the cost of things. Council's ability under the LNP to deliver this stuff when we've got amateurs placed in charge in civic cabinet. What we are being proposed here today is not just, I guess, more of the same. It's less than we had 10 years ago, and God knows that won't be enough. Our roads are under strain with more severe weather events, more congestion, more public transport issues, and new developments that get approved without the supporting infrastructure to match. All the time. So we can't choose to stop people moving to Brisbane. What we can choose to do is how we respond. Do we want to respond by blaming immigrants, as the Lord Mayor does, or do we point the finger at the federal government like the Lord Mayor has just done? Or do we maybe constructively go down the road to the state government and try and work with them, something the Lord Mayor won't do? No. Because he's already been told, he's given his marching orders, get out of that place. Yeah. He's not getting 1 cent from the state LNP government. So it's not proper leadership from our Lord Mayor. It's politically convenient for him, but it's not strong leadership. If you want more sense in the tax dollar, it's time to demand that our Lord Mayor and our LNP Council actually work for it. Actually work for it. Turn up, don't just go missing in action. Don't go flying off around the world to do leadership conferences at Harvard and things like that. Yeah, afternoon tea will be coming up soon. The Lord Mayor will leave here again. You cannot fill potholes with living in Brisbane newsletters. You cannot resurface roads with business class tickets to LA. You fill them with a labour force and with bitumen. And you don't bring us a contract that has tens of millions of dollars less in funding today, in today's dollars, than it did 10 years ago. So start walking the walk, Lord Mayor, through you, Chair. Now I'll talk on item B, the City Defined Benefit Fund adjustment.
Councillor Cassidy?
Well, the whole thing's commercial in confidence. The entire attachment with all the details, and some of the details that the Lord Mayor actually spoke about, is commercial in confidence. Not one of you raised an eyebrow about that. Lord Mayor just comes in here, introduces things that are commercial in confidence. We're not allowed to do that on this side of the chamber. Nope. There's a threadbare report with 8 lines in it, in the NC report, which talks about this item before us today, which says that the fund is 146% against a 120% target. It doesn't talk about the things that the Lord Mayor said, because they are commercial in confidence. The Lord Mayor has breached, I guess, the councillor code of conduct in doing that. He's a councillor, so we have seen this breach here. I guess that will have to be referred, I guess, by you, Chair, given you are in charge of these meetings. You need to deal with that now. But, you know, offering decent retirement benefits to people is really critical. It's a shame that council employees here are forced to do more with less these days, less resources, less colleagues, more responsibility, and less time to do it. Even with a pay rise, employees are still human, but there's only so much they can do in a day, in 8 hours a day. We are the party of working people, and we will always support employees and give them their fair share.
Further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item 2 in support of the significant contracting plan to establish a corporate procurement arrangement for road resurfacing and rehabilitation services. Maintaining a safe and reliable road network is one of the fundamental responsibilities of local government, and our roads play a critical role in supporting the safe and efficient movement of people, goods and services around our city. They connect residents to jobs, schools, businesses and essential services. To ensure this network continues to operate effectively, we are investing in the renewal, maintenance and improvement of our road infrastructure. Road resurfacing and rehabilitation are key parts of this work. The services covered by this procurement arrangement include traffic management, cold planing and road profiling, sprayed bituminous surfacing, the laying of asphalt and the adjustment of access covers. These are the practical day-to-day works that keep our roads safe, smooth and functional for the community. Council has an ongoing need to engage contractors who can deliver asphalt overlay works. This includes contractors who can supply, deliver and lay asphalt as part of a complete end-to-end service, as well as contractors who specialise in laying and profiling where Council supplies the asphalt itself. The proposed panel arrangement recognises the different capabilities that exist in the market. It allows us to engage both contractors with their own asphalt production capability and those who specialise in the technical aspects of laying and profiling. This flexible approach ensures we can access the right expertise for the right job. Importantly, this arrangement will supplement Council's internal delivery capability. It provides additional capacity so we can continue to meet the growing demands placed on our infrastructure network. As Brisbane continues to grow and as we prepare for the opportunities associated with the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, the demand on our transport infrastructure will only increase. Having a reliable and scalable contractor panel in place will help ensure we are well positioned to respond to these pressures. Market analysis shows that South East Queensland has a competitive and capable supply base ready to support this work. The road construction and maintenance industry is valued at over $6 billion nationally and is experiencing strong demand, driven by major infrastructure programs and ongoing investment through initiatives such as the Queensland Transport and Roads Investment Program. Industry data also confirms that pavement rehabilitation remains a significant and viable service area within this sector. While there are recognised challenges in the industry, including labour and material constraints and the risk of contractor insolvency, these risks can be effectively managed through robust procurement processes, strong contract provisions and careful ongoing contract management. Ultimately, this procurement arrangement will help ensure Council can continue delivering the road maintenance and resurfacing works that keep Brisbane moving. By establishing a capable and competitive panel of contractors, we are ensuring that we have the flexibility, capacity and expertise required to maintain and improve the quality of our road network for residents now and into the future. For these reasons, Madam Chair, I commend this SCP to the Chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on items A and B, and I certainly endorse the comments of the Leader of the Opposition. He raised a couple of really good points, firstly with respect to item A. More than ever, this LNP administration is failing to invest in the necessary maintenance work that is required across the city. I've said for a long time in this place that Brisbane City Council has become a corporation that has forgotten about its community and no longer engages in service delivery that we expect and that the ratepayers of Brisbane expect. The plan before us today significantly underinvests in the necessary road resurfacing that our city needs. Now, I appreciate that we're in a challenging financial environment, but Council has undermined our internal capacity to deliver on road resurfacing. There are less road crews on the street than ever before. Potholes are just patched up over and over and over again until you have this spider web of potholes that are never properly resurfaced. That's the standard that exists in Brisbane today. Then main roads in parts of Brisbane, like Oxley Road, are never resurfaced despite needing it. And smaller streets like Rathlin Avenue in Corinda look like they're part of a rural road in the middle of nowhere. There is a massive underinvestment. Now, it's only, I think, a couple of weeks ago that Councillor Murphy claimed that I was getting more than everybody, which was very, very entertaining given I had less roads than everybody the year before. Some of those roads weren't actually resurfaced, they were rolled over to the current year. Yeah, rephased, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know they like that word, rephased. So, you know, this administration is playing desperate catch-up in Tennyson Ward because it has neglected the necessary road resurfacing that is needed. Now, that's not just a problem in my ward. I do drive through other parts of the city from time to time. You know, occasionally I get to the north side and there are problems everywhere. But the Lord Mayor would rather pop over to Harvard for another junket and pop to LA to get some sunshine than stay here and deal with the necessary business of Brisbane City Council, and that is wrong. Now, with respect to item B, this is one of the dodgiest financial transactions I've ever seen come through this place. I have extreme concerns based on the paucity of information that has been provided. Now, my understanding of superannuation, and perhaps the Deputy Mayor, who often doesn't even bother to speak in committee, will get up and explain, but my understanding is that Brisbane City Council fully funds its superannuation obligations to its employees. Now, if that's not happening, if that is not happening on a week-to-week to fund all superannuation obligations of Brisbane City Council employees, that is something we need to know. What the Lord Mayor has said today is that he is putting surplus funding from the defined benefit scheme into some unnamed, and I quote, accumulation fund. Now, I don't know exactly what that, quote, accumulation fund is, whether that's the Local Government Act superannuation. I don't know whether that's other people's superannuation. I don't know if it's some special account, super account that Brisbane City Council has. But as of payday yesterday, every single council employee's superannuation was fully paid up by Brisbane City Council. Yeah. So if that legal obligation is not being met, why is the Lord Mayor putting these funds that he now suddenly says are surplus to requirements from the defined benefit scheme into a fund that is fully funded? What fund? For what purpose? And then he's going to divert funds, presumably, that would be put in future into the superannuation of our employees back into some unknown pot of gold in council's central revenue. So Brisbane City Council will offset the amount of money that it puts in this unknown accumulation fund over I don't know how many weeks or months and divert
Councillor,
that funding to something else.
Johnston, your
what will
time
it be?
has
More
expired.
trips for the Lord Mayor?
Further speak. One moment, please, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Cassidy, your point of order.
Yes, I'm just seeking some advice from you, Chair, on the release of commercial and confidence information. I raised this in my speech. The Lord Mayor has released information from a document that is marked commercial in confidence today under section 171(3) of the Local Government Act. And I don't know if this is covered in the City of Brisbane Act, some of those are silent. That is considered misconduct. I think you need to deal with this at this meeting now.
Councillor, I'll seek some clarification around it for you. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise to speak on item A, the SCP for road resurfacing and rehabilitation. This is core business for council and it absolutely makes a difference in the daily lives of our residents, so I'm pleased to talk on this item. Road resurfacing may not be glamorous, but it's one of the most practical and essential services that council deliver. And this contract will make sure that we get on with the job with keeping Brisbane moving. Every single day, thousands of residents rely on local roads to get to work, to drop children at school, visit local businesses, attend appointments, and connect with their family and friends. So maintaining our road network is about safety first and foremost. In Hamilton Ward, we are seeing continued growth and increased traffic volumes, and the suburbs across my ward are busy, vibrant and highly connected communities. So this road resurfacing is very important and we will continue to deliver through this contract. It's also about supporting our local community, as I highlighted. We've got many key transport corridors and thriving businesses, such as Racecourse Road and Kingsford Smith Drive, just many across the city. So it's important that these roads remain in good condition, supporting our small businesses and local jobs. I'm also proud to say that we have an asphalt plant too in Hamilton Ward at Eagle Farm that produces 250 kilotonnes of asphalt per year. So well, Chair, that is a lot of bitumen. But it also improves amenity for residents. It creates a smoother driving experience and it enhances the overall presentation of our suburbs. So I know through this contract the residents will appreciate this work. When the road resurfacing crews are out in the ward, I often receive feedback from locals who are pleased to see proactive maintenance taking place. With any road resurfacing program, there's also a bit of noise, disruption on the road and having to move their cars, but I want to thank residents for their patience while we complete these works. These short-term disruptions deliver long-term benefits. So, Chair, in the Hamilton Ward, there's been several road resurfacing projects completed and there's many more to come as a result of this SCP. So locally, I've had Blowery Street, road resurfaced, I've had Sword Street, and even most recently, Clyde Glessel Place at Eagle Farm is being resurfaced. So it's not just about new projects, it's equally about maintaining what we have. The Schrinner Council is continuing to prioritise investment in road maintenance across Brisbane, ensuring that we have a road network that is safe, reliable and fit for purpose, just not for today, but for the future. Road resurfacing may not always capture attention, but it is one of the clearest examples of council delivering practical outcomes that residents rely on every single day, and this SCP will deliver that. So, Chair, I commend item A to the chamber.
Further speakers, I think Councillor Collier, were you on your feet first?
Thanks very much, Chair. And on item A today, I want to speak about potholes and road resurfacing. It's something that might sound really small, but it says a lot about the priorities of this LNP council, because while potholes are, of course, literally holes in our local road, they're also indicative of the holes in the investment in Brisbane by this LNP council. Every week in my office, and I know in every ward office in this city, we all hear from locals who are super frustrated about the condition of their local streets and roads. People are dodging potholes on their morning school run. Cyclists are worried about their safety. Parents are crossing the road with prams over cracked and crumbling local streets. And then they go onto a grassed verge because the LNP certainly aren't building any new footpaths to walk on either. These aren't unreasonable expectations from the people of Brisbane. Roads, rates and rubbish, the 3 Rs, they're the 3 basics of what Brisbane City Council should be doing. But under this LNP council, they've got a big fail on rubbish. We've spoken ad nauseum in this place about that. And they can't even get the bins picked up. And now we have a huge fail on roads too. People just want to see good local roads, safe streets, local infrastructure that keeps up with the communities that rely on it. But what we see from the LNP right across Brisbane is the opposite. We see an LNP-led council who after 22 years can't even get those basics right. They've lost touch and they've lost their way. Focused on fancy overseas travel, self-advertisement, parties on bridges, and not about getting their sleeves rolled up and working for the people of Brisbane. They deserve better, the people of Brisbane do. They really deserve a council that gets the basics right. Our local residents want to see safer roads, timely repairs, and they expect that when they report a problem, someone is listening. Well, this side of the chamber is listening. It's not too much to ask, absolutely, and a Labor council would have your back. We believe that local government should be wholly focused on exactly these things, practical investments in infrastructure that communities rely on every single day. What we don't need is what's happening under this LNP regime. We need to see a maintained focus and constant investment to keep neighbourhoods functioning. And by doing this properly, we're not just resurfacing roads and fixing potholes, we're supporting local businesses, making it safer for cyclists and pedestrians, reducing damage to people's cars, and most importantly, showing residents that we listen and we take their concerns seriously. The people of Brisbane deserve a council that values the basics just as much as any other flashy big project. And right now, the LNP in Brisbane are making choices. They are making choices and choosing to invest in things like overseas travel, a huge marketing budget to advertise the Lord Mayor on things like billboards and on pieces of paper and on radio shows like Kyle and Jackie. Oh, wait, sorry. Thank God they're gone. I have to say that again. No more ratepayers' money hopefully being spent on that filth. Anyways, whilst this is all happening and whilst the Lord Mayor is happy to have his face plastered on anything he can do it at the expense of ratepayers, this is what local roads look like in my community. And it's disgusting. This is the basic thing that people want from us, to fix these potholes. These are potholes in suburbs like Bulimba, in Camp Hill, in Morningside, Seven Hills. Some of these that I will table today, some of these have not been looked at for 6 months. Oh, no. We are following these up all the time. And you know what the council officers say? We would love to do this properly, but we can't do it because we're under so much pressure from the LNP's budget cuts every single time. The officers work so hard day in and day out. The ones that are left, of course, because the LNP sacked a whole bunch of them to save money and make things hunky-dory and everything was going to be fine after they did that. Well, it's not. It's not. There's a reduced workforce. These are the roads that we accept now. Apparently this is fine. This is all good. This one over here, I'm pretty sure this one's in Camp Hill. This is right next to a bus stop. People are going here and using public transport, trying to cross these roads to get to school, to get to work, and this is fine, according to the LNP. I mean, for goodness sake, we can do so much
Councillor
better.
Collier, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise also to speak on item A in E and C. Madam Chairman, I don't know whether it's my Italian DNA or the engineering side of my hemisphere in my brain, but road resurfacing is fantastic. It's one of those things that excites not only myself, who has an inherent interest in how a road is built, but also to our residents. I've never seen a resident that's had a new surface go down and they've come out with a sad look on their face. I've seen the kids come out, they watch the trucks go by, there's the profiling, there's the asphalting going on. It's absolutely fantastic when it happens in our ward, and this item will ensure more of that is going to happen. Madam Chairman, I just want to do a bit of a shout out. I have joined officers behind a asphalt machine, and it is hot work. A lot of the asphalt comes out of that machine at about 120 degrees. In summer, it is ridiculously hot. In winter, it's actually quite nice. But I have to say, you know, those officers that actually go to the effort and put down this surface and they make it nice and smooth, it is beautiful. They actually do a hell of a lot of work. It is really, really hot, hard work. And I really want to give them a bit of a shout out and say thank you for the work that they do. I also, Councillor Murphy, through you, Madam Chairman, want to give a shout out to our crews that do the potholes. Because as you said, they are done in 24 hours, sometimes even less. And it is absolutely astounding how quickly our officers get to those sites and fill in those potholes. And I really want to thank them for doing that promptly, quickly and efficiently. They do a fantastic job, so please pass on my thanks to them. Madam Chairman, this item before us will actually give us the opportunity to redo, as Councillor Dixon said, some of those areas that do need a little bit of attention. And as the Lord Mayor said on the radio this morning, the worst enemy of a road is water. And in all honesty, we've seen a bit of that lately. You know, whether it was Cyclone Alfred or it's a flooding event, we've seen a bit of it. But in the gap, specifically, the gap sits above a granite boulder. So the water table actually sits quite high. So we do from time to time have water coming up through the surface. And that creates our road failures. We see a little bit of movement in the base, that opens up the cracking, and then the water flows in and then the base moves a little bit more. This program, this item before us, is going to help us do those large patchings that the Lord Mayor spoke about. Those large patchings are absolutely fantastic for putting movement of water under the road base to rest and actually preparing the road surface itself for resurfacing. It's a fantastic thing. Similarly, in Ashgrove, Madam Chairman, where we have a shale-based soil, we have springs pop up every now and then. Sometimes they come up in the middle of the road. And I have to admit, Madam Chairman, that some of the small patching that is done by our officers to push that water away from moving the road base underneath the road is fantastic. They do a fantastic job, and I do want to commend them. Madam Chairman, this additional funding that is before us today will go a long way to allow us, sorry, Councillor Massey, SCP. I just saw the question on your face, you looked a little lost. My apologies. My apologies. The SCP before us today will enable us to go out and do these areas in our wards where we have seen that road failure from rising water and moving water underneath our roads. And I really do want to commend this item to the chamber today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Second it.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Councillors, further speakers on items A and B. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I'm rise to speak on Clause A in regards to the store board submission for the asphalt going forward for the next 9 years. Asphalt's a pretty critical component for road resurfacing because that's actually the component we actually see when a road is resurfaced. And it's always an interesting few weeks when a road in my area is being resurfaced because people keep ringing up saying, when is it going to finish, because they're on a bit of a rough surface to start with, and eventually, of course, the smooth surface and the lines get painted. But it's a pretty critical one, and it's one that this administration, the Schrinner administration, has really fallen down on as far as the amount of roads that we are resurfacing in this city. If we look at Lord Mayor Quirk, he invested ratepayers' money, 100 million, 90 million, 90 million, 90 million. And as soon as Lord Mayor Schrinner took over, guess what it dropped to? 72. Huge drop when you think, and this is before COVID and all the price increases and everything that we get told about. But asphalt is, it's pretty critical. And if you have a look at this submission going forward, we're not getting anywhere near what we used to do when it came to road resurfacing back in 15, 16, and then for the next 3 years. In my ward, I think I've got about 6 or 7 being resurfaced this year. And I've mentioned this before in other debates. At that rate, it'll take 134 years in my ward before every road is visited and resurfaced. Now, I don't know how many roads are going to be lasting that length of time without a resurfacing, but not too many. And so the investment really is critical, especially in the city that is, well, many of our suburbs are really floodplains. And of course, we know water is pretty invasive when it comes to road resurfacing, especially asphalt. Once it gets under that to the aggregate level or even below that, potholes start appearing, cracking and subsidence, and all sorts of bad things happen to our road. So I just want to put it on the record that I think that really we are purporting to be the Olympic city of 2032, and with the investment going forward in this submission for the next 9 years, which is beyond the Olympics really, we are really underinvesting in our city, and I just wonder what travelers from overseas are going to think when they're on their buses, in their taxis, on their bicycles, having a look around Brisbane, and they come across some of the worst roads that they've probably seen. I mean, many countries overseas have quite high quality road systems that they're used to. Now, I know we have a small population in a really big city, in a really big country. It's a very challenging environment that we live in, but if Lord Mayor Quirk could focus on the roads, or no, if Lord Mayor Quirk focused on that big investment back, huge investment back, and Lord Mayor Schrinner cuts it, honestly, I just don't understand. I mean, the three pillars: roads, rubbish, and rates. And we're just not doing the job going forward. And it's just really sad to see that happening to the city that I love, that I chose to live in, to move to. I wasn't born here, I moved here. And honestly, going back a number of years, the roads were a lot better than they are today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to contribute just briefly to item B, the City Defined Benefit Fund Actuarial Adjustment. Some council employees hold City Defined Benefit superannuation accounts, Madam Chair. Entry to this scheme closed a number of years ago and is still current for employees who joined City Super while employed by council. Under a defined benefit arrangement, employer contributions and investment earnings sit in a shared pool. Payments come from that pool when members retire. The benefit paid to each member reflects the length of service and salary history. The payment does not depend on the balance of an individual account. All other council employees have superannuation accumulation funds. Council pays the superannuation guarantee contribution of 12% directly into those accounts as part of weekly payroll. The defined benefit fund sits in a strong financial position. The latest valuation shows funding at 146.5%. The target buffer is at around 120%. So put simply, the fund holds more than the required to meet all the current and future obligations of those employees. The defined benefit scheme stays in place until the last remaining member retires. This proposal does not change that position. Even under an extreme scenario where every defined benefit member retired from council at the same time and claimed their benefit, the fund would still retain a surplus after all payments. This submission proposes a limited reallocation of those surplus funds. The purpose is to temporarily cover superannuation guarantee payments for accumulation account employees. This approach shifts surplus funds from an overfunded scheme into superannuation accounts of other council employees, and I commend it to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A and potentially item B if I get the chance. Road resurfacing and rehabilitation is a part of council's core business. Maintaining roads that residents, workers and businesses rely on every day is one of the most fundamental responsibilities of local government. And yet today, here we are clearly being asked to approve contracting arrangements that not only deliver this work through external providers, but also highlight the lack of investment in this critical work. This raises a couple of broader questions. The first one, of course, is how should council deliver its essential services now and into the future? Across Brisbane City Council, last week we learnt in the Financial Governance Committee that $1.6 billion, approximately 40% of the total Brisbane City Council budget, is now delivered through tenders and contracting. That is a corporatisation of council. In that committee, I even listened to residents being called customers.
Yeah.
That commercialisation of an essential services within council is a part of the reason that we are in some big financial trouble. And this approach that continues here is an extraordinary proportion of public works that continue to be outsourced. When we talk about this critical service, what does outsourcing mean? It means that, firstly, transparency suffers. Work delivered internally is visible, accountable and directly overseen by council, but once large programs are moved into long-term panel arrangements and procurement frameworks, scrutiny becomes less and less accessible, not only for councillors but for the public, noting that less and less work is getting done. Secondly, the speed and responsiveness decline. Council crews working directly for the city can respond quickly. Whereas if we are looking at contract delivery, it adds extra layers of procurement, scheduling and contract management before work even begins. And this is something that is very well known in the ward. I mean, we had a pothole that exposed tram lines in West End. That's how long the pothole wasn't fixed. The trams lines were exposed. And then, of course, there's the issue of institutional capacity being eroded, and we've seen this. The more work we outsource, the less capacity we maintain internally, leaving council increasingly dependent on external providers for services that are central to our delivery. There's also other very real issues. For example, in the Gabba ward, the wear and tear from developer traffic and construction is significant and too often not fully accounted for in our local road maintenance programs. Local streets, including Montague, Drake and Ferry in West End, Main, Deakin and Ferry Road in Kangaroo Point, to mention a couple, are experiencing the need for resurfacing rapidly because of the high and heavy usage on these roads. And I know that this is not just happening in my ward, and rightly so. Residents expect council to respond quickly when these roads deteriorate because of their DA approvals. When we're in here, we're told constantly, we're approving supplies, and yet we're not doing anything. We're not even doing compliance, and it's an expectation, not an actual job for developers to comply. Road maintenance is not niche, it's not a specialist service, it's a core infrastructure management. For these reasons, I actually urge council to invest in a strong, skilled workforce, the one that we've already cut. It's time to reinvest, to build up the internal capacity for this needed core job, and stop constantly contracting. On item B, look, I've just got to put on the record, the Lord Mayor spoke to things that were confidential and in confidence, and that is not something that you can do. I would absolutely be completely thrown the book towards. And the fact that there was no point that was even corrected on the record through you, Chair, by anyone except the opposition councillors is a great shame. That should be a worry for everyone.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to speak to item A, the significant contracting plan for road resurfacing and rehabilitation. Infrastructure Services Group in Brisbane City Council, as I've mentioned, manages over $40 billion in assets. We design, build, maintain and renew the roads, parks, the gardens, pools, the libraries used by over 1.2 million residents every day. And road pavement makes up more than $3.2 billion worth of the total asset base. Why are roads important? Well, they underpin our entire economy, from tourism and trade to construction and industrial activity. And, you know, despite our best efforts in the public transport portfolio, roads are still the way that the majority of people get around our city, how they commute to and from work, how they visit community events, how they get to kids' sport on the weekend. And that is the reality. So what this SCP does is it will allow council to augment our existing road pavement crews and our in-house resources to increase our capacity to resurface and rehabilitate the road network in our city. And I've heard a lot of things today from various councils about what this item is and what this item isn't. What I've heard mainly from the opposition, Madam Chair, is that this item represents the totality of our expenditure on road resurfacing. Again, it does not. This item represents effectively the contingent capacity, the private capacity that we use to do additional work that council cannot do. So by leaving the capacity of the private sector, the Schrinner Council is acting very prudently to ensure that with the rolling annual resurfacing and rehabilitation program that we have can be completed each and every year into the future. So there's a range of factors that impact our ability to conduct regular road asset management. So the main one in Brisbane, surprise, surprise, Madam Chair, on a day like today, is the weather. And as the Infrastructure Committee heard just a few weeks ago, water ingress is the enemy of road maintenance. And unfortunately, we have a humid subtropical climate and we are predisposed to significant, and as we found out again this week, prolonged rainfall events. And when the weather is like it has been for the past couple of days, the actual tonnage of asphalt that we can lay is significantly below what would otherwise be delivered. So what does that mean, Madam Chair? That means we use private sector resources to then increase the amount of pavement that we do lay when the weather clears up and the conditions are dry, which means we need to have flex in our ability. So if we have 3 crews, for example, and there's wet weather and none of the 3 crews can operate, we don't automatically just get 6 crews on the next day. We actually bring in the private sector to maybe have 5 crews out while we catch up that work that we missed. So this is actually a pretty simple concept, Madam Chair, that I actually feel has been totally misrepresented by the opposition today, who talked a lot about what Lord Mayor Quirk spent and what Lord Mayor Schrinner spent in other budgets and things like that. But what you didn't hear, Madam Chair, you didn't hear from them about their record, what Labor spent in their last year. And Councillor Cassidy was spot on. He said, he's probably going to talk about the Labor Party. But I wasn't going to talk about the Labor comments, which invariably are from members of the ALP on Councillor Cassidy's Facebook page. Of course they would be. But I wanted to talk about the 03 budget, Madam Chair, the last budget that Labor delivered in this place. It's a very thin book, this budget, and what you'll find in this budget is that the figures for road resurfacing were also very thin, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. One moment, Councillor.
You don't have figures.
I'm speaking, Councillor Griffiths. Again. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Madam Chair, this is about an item for a significant contracting plan for resurfacing of Brisbane's roads, not something from 2003, and I'd ask you to draw the councillor back to relevance.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Strunk himself was talking about Mayor Quirk and other things, and I know the other councillors have. Councillor Murphy, you've only got about 2 minutes, I think, to answer your question. 1.5 minutes. Councillor Murphy.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
So just to be clear, your ruling is that Councillor Murphy can be irrelevant regardless of the meeting's local law because you did not take action against another councillor earlier who was also not relevant.
My ruling actually is that I don't uphold your point of order.
Right.
Councillor Murphy.
Just checking then,
Thank you,
if
Councillor.
this is the standard going forward, that you can talk about something from 23 years ago.
Councillor, I
Thanks for
told you
letting
I
us
don't
know.
uphold your point of order. Councillor Murphy, have you finished?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reality is Labor spent $30 million on road resurfacing in their final budget. This year we'll spend over $100 million on road resurfacing. Over $100 million. And do you know what we've spent in the last decade on road resurfacing? The cumulative impact of Lord Mayor Quirk, Lord Mayor Schrinner and Lord Mayor, I suppose Lord Mayor Newman's now out of the last decade, but we've spent over $1 billion on road resurfacing, Madam Chair. $1 billion. That's not road projects, and we've done a lot of those as well.
Councillor,
but over $1 billion.
Griffiths.
So, Madam Chair, my point is really simple. They will compare our record to our record, but they will never compare our record to their record because their record is terrible.
Further speakers.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
You said you were going to provide some advice about the Lord Mayor's misconduct earlier in the meeting and releasing commercial and confidence information.
Yep.
Can we have that, please?
I've sought clarification, but I haven't received it yet, but I will provide it to you when I do, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Griffiths.
I was going to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to speak about road resurfacing as well. First off, I'd like to just respond to a couple of points that Councillor Murphy made. in that he was blaming the weather for the poor condition of our roads. It's the weather. He's very defensive. They've been in office for 23 years. They're a very arrogant administration. But he didn't mention the real issue that roads are failing across Brisbane, and that is because he and the LNP team over there voted to cut 450 permanent staff. They voted to cut hundreds of casual jobs, and they also have a budget blowout to over $5 billion due to their own metro mismanagement, which blew out to $1.9 billion, and then they handed it to the state. Talk about a sham. What a sham. So when I go out and talk to residents, I'm finding them constantly talking about the shocking condition of the roads. Shocking condition of the roads. But they are asking me, they're saying, where is the mayor? And you go, he's not here. He doesn't sit in the chamber anymore. He thinks he's a part-time mayor. In fact, he's off to New York and he's off to LA. And he's been, where's he been? Egypt and Geneva? Where else has he been? Dubai? He's a travelling mayor. Councillor Murphy thinks that's funny. Councillor Murphy actually thinks that's funny. He hasn't had one of those junkets. We know Councillor Adams has been to Paris. Councillor Howard's been to Paris. They just keep travelling.
One moment, please, Councillor Griffiths. Point
Just
of
not
order,
sure if
Deputy Mayor.
Is this in the report at all, Madam Chair?
Well, it should be.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
It was
Councillor,
all right to
if you
talk
can
about
come-
2003 document.
Which you have. Councillor Griffiths, if you can come back to your...
I understand it. I understand. I'll come back. I understand it's a sore point. I forgot to mention the Deputy Mayor had done a sightseeing tour of Japan, which we all heard about, for 6 weeks. Oh, and yes, Andrew Wines has been travelling as well. Sorry, I do want to come back to the report because the roads are in a shocking condition. He wants some examples. Take a drive over the Story Bridge. It's like a pox. It is horrible. It is a series of holes that all connect up. You do. It is really dangerous. And they think it's a joke. They're laughing about it. This is incredible. This is the administration that are laughing about the condition of the Story Bridge. Can I suggest one of them, when they're not on an overseas junket, try and even drive out along Ipswich Road and see the shocking state of that road that carries 80,000 vehicles a day. Or if you want a local road that
Just one
residents have to
moment,
deal
Councillor
with.
Griffiths. Councillors over here, I know you're having conversations, but it's very loud. Please. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Or Marshall Road. Try Marshall Road at Rockley for a pathetic effort. Councillor Murphy, I encourage you to come out. We can both go out in our Jeeps and drive down Marshall Road and see the condition of that road. I need a Jeep.
Thank you, councillors, both of you through the chair.
Point of order, Madam
Point of order,
Chair.
Councillor Murphy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Well, I don't think he's quoting something from a former speech in this meeting,
Point of
so
order, Madam
it's
Chair.
not really a
Claimed I was a Jeep
misrepresentation.
owner. I've never owned a Jeep. I don't
Okay.
propose to own a
Thank you,
Jeep.
councillor.
I ask that he withdraw that statement.
Yeah, thank you. It's not a misread.
I will withdraw that statement,
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
Councillor
He
Griffiths.
should own a Jeep.
Okay.
But I want to lay on the table here for Councillor Murphy. I want to check this 24-hour, we get it fixed. We fix all the potholes. Here's a pothole in Beryl Roberts Park. You could virtually swim in this pothole. I'm going to lay this on the table when they come and get it for Councillor Murphy, and we'll do the 24-hour challenge and we'll check it in 24 hours to see if this pothole is filled. Thank you. My point is, we are failing on roads and we need to do so much better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? No point of misrepresentation. I told you that, Councillor Murphy. Further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. And I like Councillor Griffiths' idea about a 24-hour challenge. I think we should do that because today, while the Lord Mayor is once again absent from the chamber, where is he? We've got a lot to show him because he really needs to see this for himself. But I've got a 2-year timeline to actually argue against what Councillor Murphy proudly claimed 2 weeks ago. And on that note, it's interesting how the LNP tend to change the tone of what they're saying every single week. So 2 weeks ago, Councillor Murphy claimed it gets fixed in 24 hours, 50,000 potholes everywhere, and he exclaimed that in happiness. But today he's here trying to lecture us about why these potholes are caused by wet weather damage. And so I've got an example here today because I'm interested to see what he has to say about this problem right here, which is completely the opposite of what he was saying. This is on Kamaruka Street near there. Right there, Honeysuckle Way in Callambale. This is 2 years ago. In fact, this was during when Councillor Angela Owen was the local councillor of this area right here. But today, it basically looks like a sinkhole. I mean, if you look at this road right here, you couldn't even drive over it with the tree roots breaking the road again and again, and all the footpaths as well. They are destroyed right now. But here, Councillor Murphy is proud of the work that he has done, as well as the LNP Lord Mayor who's absent because he's too afraid to address the problem. Now, last week as well, we talked about Pollara and Ritchie Road, and I'll table all of these images.
Please, Councillor Kim. Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Oh, claim to be misrepresented.
You've upset him now. That's all.
I believe, Councillor Murphy, that it was in reference to a previous meeting, not this one, that you were being misrepresented. Councillor Kim.
Well, that's interesting because I'd like to hear what the Lord Mayor has to say about the tone that he had to change last week in reference to his question, his 5-minute long rant in response to our residents' questions about when he's going to fix the Pollara disaster. Will it be by 2041? And in response to that, the Deputy Mayor, LNP Deputy Mayor Fiona Cunningham, writes on a piece of paper, T-O-N-E, tone. She wants the Mayor to change the tone. And that's why today we hear him bringing up Pollara. Is that an apology, or is that admission to the fact that he hasn't done anything to fix the area? I mean, in Brisbane City Council's traffic impact assessment report alone, it says that they won't do anything by 2041. And I've got photos today because it shows about the need not only just for resurfacing on Ritchie Road, but also curbing and channeling, because the report itself says that there is an increased likelihood of angle crashes. And if this is going to take 15 years to fix this road, it'll take over 100 years to fix all the roads in Councillor Strunk's ward, then what about ours? Now, this is crash number 1, 2024 July. You can see this angle crash right as you enter the estate of Pollara. Look at this disgrace. 2024 November, another one, 2 cars colliding as they try and exit the estate. This is 5,000 to 7,000 residents using this road every single day. Another one right near where the new primary school campus has been opened by their mates in state government, the LNP state government. Premier Chris Bully, he was proud to come down and open the school. He was so happy, and he didn't do anything to address this. Now, council and state do nothing to work together to try and solve the problem for the safety of our residents. Next, you see this car during Cyclone Alfred totaling off the road. It is spinning off the road right now.
Can I bring you back to the report, please, because we are talking about road resurfacing and not accidents, etc. So please stick to the report.
The conditions of the road, which is what today is about, are shocking. It's disgraceful. And as one resident says, the continual slap and patch treatment on the Algester Road / Formby Street section is on repeat. Maybe fix the entire section instead. And we hear this every single intersection of this ward. And it is disgraceful that yet again the LNP Lord Mayor is absent to hear this and to talk about the very important issues about the city. And, you know, it was wonderful to see him yesterday talking about how brilliant it is to promote the ibis in Queensland. But residents are still asking, why is he promoting just the ibis in Queensland and not talking about the extra rubbish on the streets itself that are producing more ibises in our state? What is he doing? Why is he not focusing on the priorities of what this council needs to deliver? We want to hear about the real issues, and I haven't heard him address any of that. And the Pollara residents were listening to everything that he said last week, and all they heard was arrogance. Now, I wanted to also finally congratulate this LNP council for their consistent lecturing to all residents of Brisbane City who are hardworking ratepayers. Every single time they pay their rates, they expect a good service back. But instead, the usual case is this. They get this: a resident walked into our office and brought this into into our office to show us this is what they are finding on the sides of our streets. And if you don't believe it, which I'm sure is completely untrue because the councillors are using these roads themselves, it just must mean...
Councillor Kim, your time has expired. Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll now put items A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Sorry. Force of habit. Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors will now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Wines, Public Transport Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Public Transport Committee held on Tuesday, the 3rd of March 2026 be adopted.
Seconded, Madam Chairman.
Has been moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Toomey, that the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 3rd of March 2026 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct.
Seconded.
Cyclone.
A motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the Chair has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Yep. I'll now vacate the Chair and leave the chamber.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. During the ENC debate, the Lord Mayor entered into the debate, into the public debate, information that was commercial in confidence regarding item B, the City Defined Benefit Fund accrual adjustment. He referred to some figures and was, I guess, sort of fact-checked along the way by the Deputy Mayor, and he guessed at some figures, and the Deputy Mayor interjected with an actual figure, and then he read that figure into his speech. Now, that figure was not in the INC report. It was from an attachment that is marked, the entire attachment as commercial in confidence. So during my speech, I raised with Councillor Landers directly, a direct comment to her about the Lord Mayor reading into the record matters that were commercial in confidence. After my speech, I raised a point of order referencing section 173(3) of the Local Government Act, and now confirm that's also reflected in the City of Brisbane Act, which says a councillor must not release information that the councillor knows or ought reasonably to know is information that is confidential to the council. Note this is very important. Contravention of subsection 3 is misconduct under the Local Government Act that could result in disciplinary action being taken against a councillor under that Act. Now, Councillor Landers seemed to dismiss that entirely and said she would get some clarification from someone, I don't know who. I presume the Chief Legal Officer and CEO is watching this meeting right now. Then another 15 or 20 minutes goes by, more than that, including an afternoon tea break. An afternoon tea break plus 15 or 20 minutes. I raised another point of order seeking some clarification from the Chair of Council, who reminds us all the time that she's in charge of what happens in this council meeting. Now, I can't say for sure, but in reading that section of the City of Brisbane Act, 173(3), listening to what the Lord Mayor said and quoted exact numbers from a commercial in confidence document, he never sought to correct the record at all. Councillor Landers never sought to intervene in this matter at all. This is even beyond councillor conduct in this place. This is potential misconduct by the Lord Mayor. And Councillor Landers has an obligation as the Chair of Council, a positive obligation as the person who oversees the operation and councillors' compliance with the Code of Conduct, with the City of Brisbane Act, and with the City of Brisbane regulation and the Local Government Act as well, where these things are reflected. Now, Councillor Landers had 4 different opportunities. She might have been able to take an adjournment, pick up the phone and ring the Chief Legal Officer or the CEO, seek some information. I need to know who refers this to the OIA. Is it Councillor Landers who needs to refer the Lord Mayor to the OIA? Is it the CEO of Council, or is it me? I have raised this in good faith with the Chair of Council, that the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, through interjections in the council meeting that were audible for all of us to hear, and he repeated those exact numbers that were contained in a commercial in confidence document, which, if you read the Act, equates to misconduct. So Councillor Landers is the only person that can deal with this during the council meeting. We have no other opportunity other than to seek her ruling, and unfortunately we have no other opportunity or avenue to call that out and to and pursue this other than this motion before us today. I don't do this lightly, I don't do this often, but this is actually really quite serious. When a councillor does or ought to know, it is inconceivable to think that the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, whose own ENC report and documents that went through Civic Cabinet, and they would have been discussed at great length in their 20-minute meeting, that he shouldn't be using those figures. You can't just leave that hanging. These meetings are live streamed. It's not like the old days we go to the transcript and have it removed. As long as it's working, as long as it's not blurred. But these are live streamed meetings. The media listening along to these, they have that figure, and they'll know that the Lord Mayor may have engaged in misconduct.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Further speaker? Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And it just seems that every week, I think they spend their week, those opposite, in trying to come up with a new way to try and remove the chair from the council chambers. This is not about the competency of the chair of council, who is an excellent chair of council. An excellent chair of council. Deputy Chair, I've sat in 2 chambers, but this one here and one in State Parliament, and I can assure you that the ridiculousness that is carried on by those opposite holds no bounds. In the State Parliament there are issues and there's a bit of argy-bargy left and right, but let me tell you what they do. They respect the chair. They respect... Councillor Griffiths, once again, loves to do interjections. From the hip, those opposite do not respect the institution for which we work in. And it is those that watch these council proceedings surely should be absolutely disgusted by the way that those opposite act in this place. Councillor Landers does a wonderful job in very difficult circumstances with those not in administration baiting her and criticising her, bullying her, demeaning her. It is tiresome to hear, particularly the ladies in the opposite side of the chamber, come in here and talk about them purportedly being bullied, and yet every week, each one of them stands up and decides to have a crack at our female Chair of Council. I would like to say, Deputy Chair, that Councillor Landers did advise the chamber today that when she had some more information regarding the live streaming, she would provide that to council. And I'm quite sure that when she receives that information, she will provide that information to us. Councillor Cassidy, on one of his many rants today, inferred that Councillor Landers had done something that should send her off to the Office of the Independent Assessor. And I can tell him that the Chair of Council has absolutely no power or responsibility under the Meetings Local Law to do anything about what he said she should be doing. In fact, if Councillor Cassidy has a concern about this, then he has a means...
Mr Deputy Chair.
Sorry, point of order. Yes, Councillor Johnston.
Mr Deputy Chair, Councillor Davis is being dishonest about the Chair's responsibilities.
I don't uphold that point of order.
Dishonesty is unsuitable meeting conduct under the Meetings Local Law, and I urge you to take action against her false statements that she is currently making in this place.
Councillor Johnston, I don't uphold your conduct.
is responsible for... Councillor Landers is responsible for making sure...
Councillor Johnston, if you wish to enter the debate, you can stand up later, not during the point of order. I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Once again, Councillor Johnson stands in this place as a knower of all things about the Meetings Local Law. No one should challenge Councillor Johnston. Well, I'm challenging Councillor Johnston right now with information that I have received regarding what the obligation of Councillor Landers is.
Sorry, Councillor Davis. Yes, Councillor Griffith.
Sorry, Councillor Davis, if she's addressing another councillor in chamber, has to address through you. She can't just go and challenge a councillor in the other side chamber.
Councillor Davis, please refer Councillor the right title and through the chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and through you, I challenge that Councillor Johnston is the knower of all things Meetings Local Law in this place. What I would say, what Councillor Cassidy was actually referring to, or talking about, was a presentation pack that was prepared by the fund manager, which is including in the CIC addendum to item B. And whilst the document itself is marked commercial in confidence, that does not mean all the information contained therein is commercial in confidence. Councillor Johnston, through you, Chair, yelling and screaming across the chamber as you do with monotonous
Councillor
regularity.
Johnston, please do not call out during another councillor's speech. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. So, for example,
Councillor Collier. Councillor Massey. Councillor Davis has the floor. Councillor
Deputy
Davis.
Chair, with all of the kerfuffle that's going on, not listening, I move that the motion be put.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Cheong-Wah. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr. Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is carried.
It says it on the document. We can't talk about it.
Councillor Cassidy, your right of reply.
Thanks, Chair. I've just witnessed Councillor Davis changing a council policy on the run in isolation of any decision of ENC or any delegate of council to now say and declaring to all of council that you can pick and choose elements of a document that's marked commercial in confidence and release that if you like. As long as you, I guess, if we follow the logic that Councillor Davis used, don't release the whole document. If you just read lines from the document and release that, apparently that is not a breach of council policies or the Councillor Code of Conduct or the City of Brisbane Act. Because the LNP don't have any defence on this, right? They just Councillor Davis made up some new thing just to get up there and to just sort of launch personal attacks, and made this strange claim, Chair, that Labor councillors every week try and move these motions to destabilise the chair. I think the last time I moved one of these motions was in June last year. I know Councillor Davis might not pay attention in committee meetings or in... I'll take that interjection. AP 212 is the council policy which says you must not release information that is marked commercial in confidence. But according to Councillor Davis, that policy no longer applies to the Lord Mayor, I guess, and therefore Councillor Landers didn't engage in unsuitable meeting conduct by ignoring the Lord Mayor's breaches of that policy, of the Councillor Code of Conduct and of the City of Brisbane Act. Just this incredible attack from Councillor Davis, who got up and said the defence of this issue for the LNP is to say that Labor councillors and an independent councillor, Greens councillors, attack female LNP councillors. That's the, I've been called by a female LNP councillor a piece of shit in this place. Yep. And Councillor Howard just nodded and said, that's right, that's right. And Councillor Adams called me a groin rub.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
So we want to talk about this weak defence of Councillor Davis, who says that on this side of the chamber we must not walk past that behaviour. Yeah, that's right. And Councillor Johnston was called a bitch. That's right. This is the defence of the LNP for this misconduct of the Lord Mayor. I mean, come on. Come on. A pretty weak defence, isn't it? It's very clear. It's very clear in the Local Government Act and the City of Brisbane Act. This document is very clearly marked commercial in confidence, and the Lord Mayor very clearly read from it into the public domain. I'll take that interjection. It does. Every single page, including the page where the figures were read from, includes commercial in confidence. So there is no fact in dispute here. There is no fact in dispute whatsoever here at all. I guess for the LNP it's trying to win a narrative because they don't like to engage in facts. But it is the Chair of Council's responsibility to ensure that the actions of councillors when they're engaged in debate in here don't breach the councillor code of conduct, first and foremost, and by doing that they would be engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct. I gave Councillor Landers 4 opportunities at 4 different times over probably an hour's period in this council meeting to deal with the Lord Mayor's, at the bare minimum, unsuitable meeting conduct by breaching not only the City of Brisbane Act and the Local Government Act, but also the Councillor Code of Conduct and council policies. But not only that, but also the potential misconduct that the Lord Mayor engaged in. And the performative yawns on the LNP side, they just don't care because they think they're untouchable. After almost a quarter of a century, the kind of behaviour we're seeing, the personal lobbying by the Lord Mayor to the LNP state government to bring in the strictest secrecy that we're going to see at any local government in Australia, the most secretive local government in Australia. And they're nodding along, they love it, they're nodding along. You know, they are a tin pot regime. They're a tin pot regime. And they just laugh along and they get up and make these outrageous statements in trying to defend an outrageous action from their leader, from Councillor Schrinner, and they just get away with it, don't they? Yep. It's disgusting.
I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr. Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 17 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. And can someone please advise the chair to come back to the chamber?
With pleasure.
Madam Chair, the Council has decided that you have now engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. Please come back to the chair.
Before I call on you, Councillor Wines, I just remind Councillor Cassidy that he does have the ability to write to the CEO if he does feel there is a claim to be made, and the CEO can redact from the minutes. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, just for completeness, I'll just do that again. I move the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting held on the 3rd of March 2026 be adopted. You've done it?
Yep.
That was concluded. Excuse me. So, as I said...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, can I just clarify, is that your response to the Lord Mayor's unsuitable meeting conduct? And have you made a ruling about whether or not the Lord Mayor has engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct with respect to releasing commercial in confidence information contrary to policy AP 212 and AP 213, ICT 127 and the relevant meetings local law?
Councillor Johnson, there is nothing in the meetings local law that says I have to make a ruling on this during the actual meeting or when to deal with that issue. So I just simply making a statement to Councillor Cassidy about the avenues that he can take and that any councillor can take.
Point of order.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. Are you suggesting that I need to write to the CEO to correct something the Lord Mayor said?
Councillor, what I'm saying is you are making a claim and as a result, if you wish to, you can write to the CEO. It is not in the meetings local law that I have to deal with this right now. What I'm doing is getting on with the agenda. It isn't. And so therefore I was giving you that advice that if you are making claims that I don't have to address that claim right now, you can write to the CEO, and also the CEO does have the ability to redact something if following that. Now,
point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm not going to continue to debate and have the same points of order and councillors expecting me to give them some kind of outcome right now or decision. I'm not doing that. We are moving on, and I'm calling upon Councillor Wines to please go to the Public Transport Committee report. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, the Lord Mayor has released confidential information under section 21.
Hang on, Councillor, that's a claim you are making.
It is a requirement for you to make a decision about whether unsuitable meeting conduct has occurred.
Councillor.
And you are refusing to make that decision. So, Madam Chair, can you tell us why you're refusing to make a decision?
You are making that claim. I have not said that.
Yes, you have. You just said that.
No, Councillor. I said if you have a claim to make, and I'm not going to keep repeating
And you
this.
understand that as the Chair of Council, you're the person who makes the decision, right? So we
Councillor,
are seeking a decision
that's
from
not
you
the case.
about the Lord Mayor's unsuitable meeting
Councillor,
conduct.
that's actually not the case.
It is the case.
No,
Who's telling
Councillor.
you that you are not the decision maker in the chamber? Who's
Councillor,
saying to you you are not the
Councillor,
decision maker, Madam
Councillor.
Chair? I'd like to know. Who's given you advice that you are not the decision maker in this chamber?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Wines.
It would be fair to assume that Councillor Johnston right now is engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct. I can't think of a few better words than badgering of you on this matter. You have presented an opinion. I believe the majority of us would like to continue with the work at hand.
Correct. Thank you.
Can I seek a ruling on
Councillor
that?
Wines. Yep. Thank you. I'm not going to make a statement of unsuitable meeting conduct in this instance to Councillor Johnston, Councillor Wines, and I'm not going to continue to debate something that I have already ruled on.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I move that as you have decided you are no longer chairing this meeting, that you be removed from the chair.
Seconded.
A procedural motion has been made for the chair to leave the chair, moved by Councillor Johnston. Has it been seconded? Seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. That is
Division.
not carried.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. I am. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is not carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Wines.
All right, Madam Chair, could I just have my, I think I've lost a bit of time to the argy-bargy. Could I have my clock reset? Because there is so much to talk about, and I can only infer from the discussion that's just gone before us that the Labor councillors and the opposition councillors do not want to hear how wonderfully popular our new bus network is. Because that is the topic of today's report. Brisbane's new bus network, a network that is carrying 10% more people, or 4.7 million more trips than it was at this time last year. It has been a huge success, and we know that people are voting with their feet and they're getting behind this new bus network. It serves more people more often, and it meets up with our world-class turn-up-and-go metro system. And this has been one of the marked successes of the last 12 months. We've seen increased numbers of passengers, we've seen increased on-time running and increased service reliability, all as a result of these changes. Now, while much of the work was focused around making sure we had a bus system that fed into the new metro system, the whole of the city saw improvements, and actually the north side of the city saw some of the best on-time running improvements as part of our changes. So they speak, the sheer numbers of people who are choosing to use our public transport system speak to the success of our project and the public endorsement of the Schrinner Council vision. Across the board, more than half of all journeys experience faster travel times during peak periods. And the figures confirm that residents trust council's decisions and are confident in the improvements of their travel experience. We've seen congestion on Victoria Bridge reduced by 30%, and we've seen significant uplift in what was the 111 and the 160, which has been replaced by the M1. There has been a participation or increase in usage of 43%, while the M2, the previous route 66, has seen a 60% increase in passengers. This is once again confirmation that we are responsive to the needs of passengers and are providing a service that people want. The redesign of the bus network is one of the reasons we've seen such a significant uplift in the number of people travelling. Now, there may be an attempt later in the day to make a distinction between trips and how many times a person has to change, because of course part of the maturation of the public transport system is the two-seat journey, and that comes as part of maturing as a city. And I know that not everybody has wanted to do a two-seat journey, but it has improved travel time, it has improved service reliability, and people are choosing to use this system more often. Now, the point I was making earlier, some people may attempt to say that the reason there are more trips is because you have to change vehicles. Well, please, I will address that early. No, because of how the Go Card turned credit card system works, we track you and you can use many modes, and we know exactly which ones you've used, and that's counted as one trip, not multiple trips. So I want to address that before anyone makes an attempt to suggest otherwise. We've seen significant, part of the reliability offering has been improvements to infrastructure, in particular the Adelaide Street Tunnel, which carries over 1,400 bus and metro services each weekday, improving vital capacity, but also necessary redundancy to make sure that our buses have options in case of incidents inside the other tunnel networks. Now, by having that new tunnel, we can have more trips more often, increased reliability, and if anything occurs in the system, more options to keep our system working as best as possible. Now, we know that 9 out of 10 customers are satisfied with their Metro experience, with satisfaction reaching 96% among frequent users. Over 70% of Metro users agree that Metro will be a crucial factor in meeting Brisbane's future transport needs. By adding an extra 160,000 additional services annually as part of our new bus network, we've enabled more than 1.4 million extra linear kilometres to be travelled by Brisbane buses each year.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair, and I would like to talk about Brisbane's LMP bus network changes. I feel like in going through this report, that I live in a parallel universe in relation to actually what's happening in the real world and what is discussed in this chamber. Can I first off do a shout out to our bus drivers who do a great job? They are the front line of customer service that they provide residents, and they are one of the gold nuggets in terms of asset services for our city. Can I also say that the majority of our buses have not been made safe by this 23-year-old LMP administration? So I'll repeat that again. The majority of our council buses have not been made safe for our drivers by this 23-year-old LMP administration, and they have no intention of doing it. The other thing is, many bus drivers report that their facilities are very dirty and very poor condition. So once again, that's how we're treating our bus drivers. So guess how we treat the public under this LMP administration. I went through this report, I've read through it several times, and there's not one mention of customer service. No mention of customer service. The missing words. We've moved away from customer service. In fact, we don't provide customer service in this council anymore under the LMP, because that would be an expense. So customer service, like having bus stops close to where people live. In Rockley, we've got rid of all the bus stops. Bang! Gone. You no longer have bus stops. Sorry, you have a train station, you can walk a couple of kilometres to that train station. I know, no, there are no footpaths, that's another issue raised by... Cooper's Plains had cuts to services. Acacia Ridge had cuts to services. Maruka had cuts to services. Annerley had cuts to services. In fact, I was talking to a resident last night who told me it took him hours to get home on a bus that took him to 2 different parts of the city for him to travel from the city 7 kilometres out. That is what we are delivering. That's the reality of what the LMP are delivering. And is it any wonder that I have met with multiple people because they come in looking for a printed timetable because not everyone is on technology. Wake up, not everyone is on technology. So my office assists them with a timetable. And many of those people are elderly people. They want to come and speak to this chamber and address this chamber and address the LMP and the mayor, who's never here anyway, about their experience of buses, their experience of being elderly on the buses, their experience of having to walk 1 kilometre from where they're dropped off to the PA hospital. And what did we see happen by this LMP administration? No, you're not allowed to speak. Not allowed to speak. They get blurred, get cancelled. Not allowed to speak because this doesn't fit our narrative. And really, this jump, this is like a joke. This is like an LMP joke. This jump in the number of people using the service is because of the 50-cent fares. That's the real reason people are using more public transport. Not that we've built the metro. It's the fact that it's got cheaper to travel. And thank goodness that was a Labor initiative for working people, for real people. It was a Labor initiative. I just find the other thing I just heard Councillor Wines say is the North Side just had a great time out of all these cuts that the South Side have experienced. That's because, Councillor Wines, you remember they were removed from the whole program of the changes to the metro. Remember that? I am just astounded. What residents are actually reporting to me are that many services are packed and they can't be picked up in the buses. Yep. People in wheelchairs are telling me they can't fit into buses. I'm told the cultural centre is still a major congestion point. I'm also told that many people want to come and speak to the chamber, address the chamber and let the LMP know what's going on, but this administration and this chairperson won't allow them. And I think
your
that
time
is really
has
bad
expired,
for the city.
Councillor. Further speakers, Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too rise to speak on item A, Brisbane's new bus network. Madam Chairman, what we have seen over the past year or so since the BNBN has been implemented is a wonderful uptake on people getting on buses, getting on metro, and the numbers speak for themselves. And many of those numbers have been reported here in this chamber. But I do want to mention something else. I won't repeat the numbers that Councillor Wines said, and I'll leave that for others in the chamber. But I do want to touch on a few things that Councillor Griffiths mentioned. I do want to acknowledge our bus drivers. They do a fantastic job. And every person that is on the bus that I see getting off the bus, whether they're on a bus or a metro, they always thank the drivers. And I really want to thank them for that. It is a very unique Brisbane thing to do. But last week, I had a lady come and visit me and her name was Louise. She had a brain tumour. She lost the left hemisphere in both eyes, which caused her to not only lose her job, she can't read anymore. Madam Chairman, she came to see me to praise our bus network. She came to see me to tell me how good our bus drivers were. She came to see me to tell us how good the service is, the service that we provide this city is. She can get everywhere she needs to go. She came to tell me how wonderful it is that she is able to get anywhere she needs to go in the city, whether it's to the hospital or wherever she needs to go and pick up groceries because she can no longer drive. She is having a fantastic time with the upgrades we have made to the bus network. And this is someone who could normally go underneath the radar, wouldn't say anything, but Louise deliberately walked in through the front door to tell me how good our bus network is. For somebody who has recently gone through and lost part of their vision, they can no longer work because she cannot read, she cannot drive, but everybody is there to help her in our bus network. From the drivers through to the people at the platforms down at the cultural centre, they're all there. And this is the one thing that the opposition don't acknowledge. They don't acknowledge the hard work that is being done by many of the people that are actually on the platform, helping people move around our city. And this is one thing that we need to celebrate. Somebody who has gone through a significant life-altering procedure is actually being benefited by our bus network and the implementation of what we did. Madam Chairman, I did ask Louise to put her thoughts in writing because I have paraphrased quite a bit of it. She's agreed to do so. And Madam Chairman, I did make the commitment to her that when she does provide that to me in writing, I will read it to the chamber and I will ensure that Councillor Wines and the many, many people that support our bus network receive that information. And when I say the bus network, I'm not only talking about the drivers, I'm talking about the mechanics. I'm talking about the guys at the depot. I'm talking about the schedulers. I'm talking about everybody that supports our public transport network. Because on the whole, for somebody who has had a significant life-altering procedure done to them, we have made her life so much easier. And that was the one thing that she wanted me to know, was that our bus network has physically and mentally helped her get through what she has lost. Madam Chairman, I commend the Brisbane Bus Network and all the work that the officers did to implement those changes. All the drivers, everybody involved with it. It is a fantastic network. And I think it's one thing that we need to celebrate as a city, is that we are a modern city now with a modern public transport system that is high frequency, low cost to our commuters. And this is one thing that every modern day world city has, and I commend the new Brisbane Bus Network. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I enjoyed that story from Councillor Toomey. About
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
One moment, Councillor Cassidy. Point of order, Councillor
Claim to
Toomey.
be misrepresented.
No, Councillor, there was nothing said that you said in this speech. Oh. Thank you, councillors. I don't uphold the point of order. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I enjoyed the anecdote that Councillor Toomey just told us. I'm not sure if I should use the word. It's a great story of people's experience on public transport services in Brisbane. Councillor Toomey didn't talk about the BNBN. In that, talked about suburban services, and I get that, and I totally accept it. I'm sure there are lots of people that have the experience that Louise, that Councillor Toomey talked about, have from amazing TransLink staff on platforms. I've never seen platform staff on any Handford Road bus stops, though. I didn't realise that in the Gap ward there were platform staff assisting people there. I know drivers do a lot of that work, definitely, in suburban bus stops, in assisting people on and off buses. And we Labor councillors have regularly attended bus depots, protests to ensure that bus drivers have appropriate, not just safety while they're at work, but also the facilities they need to be able to do their job, like something as fundamental and simple as a toilet, access to a toilet, could you believe? Something as fundamental as that. So we do, I don't accept what Councillor Toomey said, that the sort of inference that we don't appreciate the work that our council staff, and I assume what he was referring to was TransLink staff as well, and assisting people navigating council's bus services. Strange though also that Councillor Wines talked about a turn up and go service, given it still runs on a timetable. In fact, they were never able to get it to that point. I know the intention was always there for that, but they've never been able to. It's the hopes and dreams BNBN, but the reality of the BNBN is that it's not operating like that, and it is still a network that is impacted on ordinary, normal bus network issues, like we saw the other day, where a bus breakdown on the busway sent services that were like 20 or 30 minutes delayed, came on the same day as a train signalling fault, and literally ground Brisbane's public transport network to an entire halt. So if we listen to the LNP councillors, they'll say this is some sort of nirvana, utopian public transport system, when in fact what we know is it's 53 buses. And changes to suburban bus routes, which, as we also know, has resulted in cuts to services. I was reading through a report recently on 50-cent fares, on the impact that has had on public transport services. And we've seen, since the introduction in August 2024, train travel up 18.6%, bus travel up 15.8%, light rail on the Gold Coast risen by 27%. Ferries, City Cats here, of course, up 42.8%. Now, if you listen to the LNP, and we have over the last 3 weeks or so, they are now saying that 50-cent fares is sort of the third order issue when it comes to driving patronage on Brisbane's bus network. We've heard from them for 3 weeks now, where they say the key driver for getting people onto public transport here in Brisbane has been cuts to suburban services on the south side and the introduction of 53 metro buses. Yes. But when we look at other areas that are within the TransLink network operating on buses that have seen no increase in bus services but have been the beneficiaries of 50-cent fares, for instance, a 49% increase in public transport usage in Gympie, 37% on the Sunshine Coast, 35% in Noosa and 21% on the Gold Coast on those services. So again, let's not let facts get in the way of a good LNP story. Brisbane has been, unfortunately, underperforming. We are seeing other places in southeast Queensland on the TransLink network that are operating buses to get people around in more challenging circumstances than suburban Brisbane, and we're seeing growth on those services 2 times or 3 times higher than we're seeing here in Brisbane. So what is at play here? Maybe it's the cuts to suburban services. Maybe it's the crippling congestion on key corridors that buses have to use, and they get stuck in that congestion. Without making it more convenient, the cost is low thing is a great, the low cost thing is great to get people over the line, but you have to make sure that we invest in services where they are reliable and they don't feel like they're lacking in the outer suburbs of Brisbane, is what we still have
Councillor
under the
Cassidy,
LNP.
your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Massey. Sorry, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the BNBN. For the past, this whole sitting, we've spent a lot of this time listening to the LNP administration patting their back and self-congratulating, which is exactly what we're seeing happen today. And we hear all the time the patronage numbers, which we cannot pretend is not a part of the fact of cheaper fares, something that the Greens have been supporting for over a decade. We've been saying this over and over again. Make it free, make it reliable, make it frequent. The challenge, of course, is it's not reliable and frequent for everyone.
Yes.
And this is the real problem here. The metro service is one part of the city, well, 2 little areas of the city, but if it's not equally distributed, that's the first one, right? And we all know that the expansion of the metro will not be happening anytime soon. But the important thing to actually talk about is how a trunk and feeder works. For a trunk and feeder to work, you actually need to increase frequency and reliability to the feeder.
Yes.
Right? You can't just leave a feeder at the same time. Because what that actually means practically for people who might miss a bus is not a 5-minute wait, but a 15, 30, 40-minute wait.
Yeah.
And so if you're not increasing the feeder, you're not getting the system that Brisbane has apparently transformed into. And let me be clear, that is relevant to the Gabba ward. Because there's only a couple of parts of the Gabba ward that is a part of the metro system. And then the rest of it is actually suffering from the critical lack of public transport investment in some of the biggest, highest density increases areas of Brisbane. The first one, of course, is the removal of the 86 because of the metro. Let's all remember the fact that apparently it was not a trial, even though it was publicly written everywhere as a trial and apparently attached to the metro. The 86 being removed now in the highest density part of the TLPI, there's no public transport there. No students getting to school, people going to businesses, people going to shops, support of the entertainment precinct at South Bank and those businesses, people going to the theatre show, that's gone. The 60, the most highest patronage bus, did not get increases of frequency during the BNBN. Instead now, of course, it is often too full and running late. The 234, the other area in Kangaroo Point that has had massive density, is not frequent enough. Full stop. And it's the only bus that goes to Kangaroo Point. So while you can see the city, you can't get to it. You can't get to it. And yes, we need a city cat in Kangaroo Point. We'll never stop. The 198 needs increases in frequency. The 196 needs increases in frequency and reliability. So instead of spending the whole time here going, we did this, and we've done a great job about it, and just stop, we actually have to do the work in the future. There's no West Side Metro. We don't know, I mean, I'd love the clearest question about the North Side bus review if it's coming. And if we're really serious about shifting people onto public transport, the next phase is actually the hardest. And that involves us not just patting ourselves on the back, but actually doing the work, which is frequency and reliability for the routes. Because if we don't do that, it is still, if they're stuck on the roads, if missing a bus means a 30-minute, 40-minute wait for a doctor's appointment, for school, for work, people are still going to get in their cars. Yeah. And we need to support people getting out of their cars and using public transport. Cheaper fares, like the Greens have always said, and were ridiculed for, have increased patronage. It works. Now let's increase frequency and reliability and deliver a public transport system that Brisbane actually deserves.
Yes.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to briefly speak in regards to this, the presentation of the new bus network system. And I'll just bring it back to a couple of local things. Unintended consequences, I think. Well, maybe they weren't unintended, maybe they were always intended, but it hasn't helped. It's made it worse. We have two local high schools, public high schools in my ward, and a lot of their students rely upon the bus network. The local private college, doesn't they have 3 of their own buses that go. They're everywhere. They bring in kids from all over Brisbane. So they look after themselves pretty well. But I just want to bring up the Glenalla school issue that the new bus network tried to deal with. So we have a high school, we have a state school, and we have a growing, it's almost doubling, special school in Glenalla Road. And you can probably imagine that if you've got about 500 students in the primary school, 1,200 in the high school, and probably around about 300 in the special school, you can imagine how busy that road is during drop-off and pickup, for that matter. So what the bus network did to Glenalla, or they said they were going to do to help alleviate some of that pickup and drop-off, is that they were going to put an extra bus on, student bus on there, to deal with that the uptake in the need for a bus service, a need for an increased bus service in Glenalla Road, and but how that rolled out was they increased the amount of buses, but it was disjointed. In other words, from Tuesday to Friday, the extra bus would pick up kids at about 3:20. Right. And then they said, well, we got a bit of a problem on Monday. We can't pick them up at that time. We can pick them up at about 2:30 something, 2:32 or whatever it is, which is not helpful. And I brought this up before, by the way, and of course it went on deaf ears, and they haven't fixed it. We've been trying to fix it. The school's definitely been trying to fix it. But any case, so that's one issue. The other issue is Joseph Banks Avenue, where we have 2 bus stops that were upgraded to make sure that the elevation was right on the platforms and the seating was right and everything, but no shelters. And you know what they told us after we complained the last time? We've been complaining now for about 3 or 4 years. They said, oh, only students use that. The general public, I mean, adults don't use that. Only students do that, use those bus stops. So they're not entitled for a shelter? I mean, for goodness sakes, you know, skin cancer and all the rest of it, you know? And as I say, we've been trying to get shelters here for a long time. So, and the other issue is, and Councillor Wines, you mentioned the broken trip or the bus you got. For instance, the 100 PA, you got to get out of that, and then you go to the metro if that's where you want to go off to, right? So we call it a broken trip. You say it's a divided trip or a separate trip, but those trips are counted as 2 separate trips. So now it's sort of registered in the old noggin here that, is that how you're getting your increase in numbers for the metro? Is that you're funneling a lot of those routes to the metro so that they hop on the metro and then you get your separate trip. Now that's what I thought I heard you say. Now you can refute that, say I didn't quote you quite properly and everything, but it now makes sense how a lot of those extra trips were formulated because they were broken. There used to be 1 trip into the city, say the 100, and now that's broken into 2. There you go. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. There are 3 main weaknesses of Brisbane's new bus network that our local residents would like the Chair to acknowledge. The first one is Karawatha. We have the Islamic College of Brisbane, and in this area near Compton Road, there is currently no bus service that services the parents who are coming from the Callambale direction towards the school. They've asked for services there, however, we haven't had much luck getting anywhere, so we would love a response to that one. There is Trinder Park Station that is going in nearby to the school where Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre is, however, that doesn't service the parents who are coming from the Callambale direction towards the school. That's one point of feedback. The second one is in Callambale itself. At the moment, in Callambale, where it is the most dense, is actually where we don't have access to high-frequency services. Our residents have tried writing a petition to Brisbane City Council's transport team in relation to this. However, they were referred back to the 130 and 140 bus routes, which are further away, but that doesn't service the residents who wrote the petition who wanted to walk in a reasonable distance to their nearest bus stop. The third one is Ritchie Road. At the moment, I'm getting complaint from both bus drivers and students and parents who are trying to get their buses through the road. They are sitting in traffic themselves. We're getting up to 40 minutes of a wait time on Ritchie Road, so these bus drivers are under pressure trying to get to their destination and make sure they service our community, alongside over 2 k's of road for them to service and a lack of bus stops, which was promised two financial years ago by Councillor Murphy himself as he was the previous chair. We are waiting for these commitments to be delivered, and they're the 3 main points that we would love to be addressed today by Councillor Wines. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'll just remark briefly on the presentation on Brisbane's new bus network. I guess listening to the contribution of the LNP today, you would think that it was all utopia on Brisbane's buses and everyone was fine and there was no problems. Bus drivers could be safe at work. People could get from A to B. You know, there were no delays. It was totally fine. Of course, they could get on from an accessible bus stop, you would assume, with a footpath that would lead you there. Everything is perfect. Well, The reality is that is just not the case. It is just not the case when you go out there. And I know in my community, you know, there are bus stops that do not have shade over them. Like, let's start from the very beginning. Even when you walk out your door, there are so many parts of the city that are so inaccessible. And, you know, you have to look at the whole picture when you're talking about how people move around the city. The first step you take outside your door, if you're stepping, you know, not onto a footpath, that's a barrier. That's a barrier for anyone, you know, whether it's that you're pushing a pram or you have mobility needs that you need supported. And this council, this LNP council, just doesn't have your back. They show that time and time again. They don't prioritise things like that. So, you know, get along. If you can make it to the bus stop on a goat track, basically, you might arrive at a bus stop and it doesn't have shade over it. You know, isn't Queensland the skin cancer capital of the country? Like, this should be an absolute priority for people. And yet again, we see the LNP just have no drive to address these issues, whether it's shade or whether it's actually shade-sheltered bus stops. And then, of course, you know, we've seen huge changes to the way that we move around our city as part of Brisbane's new bus network that was based on consultation data with the community from before, when 50-cent fares were introduced. Why on earth would you introduce a new bus system based on data before the most transformative thing that has happened to public transport in this state, in Labor introducing 50-cent fares? Why? Why would you not look at how people's behaviour changed with that? That just wasn't a consideration. That wasn't anything that was taken into account when the LNP were designing up this new network that would see people left waiting at bus stops in the southern suburbs for buses that were never going to turn up. That's the reality of what is happening here. And, you know, we are seeing people who are now getting, you know, multi-seat journeys. That's a barrier in and of itself. There are just so many ways in which this LNP council decides day in, day out to ignore the real needs of the people of Brisbane. And it doesn't surprise me, to be honest, because this is an LNP council that's been in charge for 2 decades. They are totally unfit for office in the sense that they are so bereft of any, you know, agility to go out there and be proactive and be responsive to people's needs and demands and actually listen to the people of Brisbane. You know, when looking at the network as a whole, we're seeing, you know, the LNP are currently consulting on proposed zoning changes, which are big changes. In my ward, in Morningside ward, every single suburb but one is affected. And you know what everyone is telling me when I've been out there talking to the community about what these changes are, about what they could mean for them? Is council going to put any more bus services on? Are they going to build new footpaths so that we can actually get around our community? Are they going to be delivering new playgrounds? Are they going to make sure that the city cats run, that they reintroduce those services that were cut? And the answer, of course, I have to tell them is sorry, no, the LNP do not care about any of that. They're just not interested. I'm so sorry to let you know that that is their priority of doing absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, the Lord Mayor jets off overseas. I mean, yeah, gone out of the council meeting. So you want to raise these things with the Lord Mayor directly. You know, on this side of the chamber, this is our only chance to do it. And he's not even here to listen. Yep. So, yeah, Councillor Wines, appreciate the presentation and the effort that goes into that, but the reality is that there's a lot more listening that really needs to be done. Lots more listening over talking.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, look, there's just so many of us that want to speak now on this, Madam Chair, because what we've heard from those opposite is absolutely ridiculous. We have heard, you know, that BNBN has been a dismal failure. We've heard that from them. We've heard that it didn't do enough. I mean, we even heard this ridiculous claim from Councillor Collier just then that Brisbane Metro and Brisbane's new bus network didn't take advantage of 50-cent fares. 50-cent fares, which started as a cynical election ploy from a dying government that wanted to buy votes and win yet another election. We didn't take advantage of that? What? It was the LNP that actually made it permanent, that actually pushed it to become permanent policy in this city. But apparently we didn't take advantage of the sugar hit that was meant to be 50-cent fares. Now, we've heard a total rending of statistics in this debate. They've spoken about funneling, Councillor Strunk spoke about funneling people onto the metro as if that was some sort of deep state conspiracy theory that we've been hiding for years. Actually, we said from the very start of the project that the idea would be to truncate existing bus routes into Brisbane Metro to feed M1 and M2. It was the whole basis and the case with which we launched the project. That was not a conspiracy theory. It was hidden in plain sight, Madam Chair. It was the purpose of the project. And a purpose that has been massively successful. We move 80 million people by bus every year in this city. We now have the capacity to move an additional 30 million people because of what Brisbane Metro has done. The biggest increase in seats on the busway in over 25 years. And all we hear from the opposition is that it's not that good and it could have been better and you haven't tried hard enough. A percentage increase in patronage, almost 30%, 27%. And all Councillor Cassidy could say, well, it's not as good as Gympie. Like, well, okay, Councillor Cassidy, go and live in Gympie. If you want to be leader of the opposition in Gympie Council or wherever, what is up there.
Through the chair, please,
that would be a great job
Councillor Murphy,
Cassidy,
through the
I
chair.
think, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
But here in Brisbane, we are already killing it. The numbers that we are getting from Brisbane Metro's launch should be commended, as should the people who worked on this project for over 7 years, some of whom are no longer with the council. Such has been the length of this project. But many people, many hands were involved in this work, and those officers, the work that they put in, the passion that they showed, for this project, for this city, for this bus network, I think the contributions that we've heard this afternoon, I don't think reflected the best of what the opposition meant to say. Now, it's fine to say, look, there are some commendable parts of this project, but here's where we think you should have done better. But many of them were just wholesale attacking this very laudable improvement that we have made to Brisbane's public transport. And, one that has won over 22 awards, national and international awards, one that the team that have worked on this project are incredibly proud of, and many of whom have built their careers on, Madam Chair. This was not easy. There's a reason why there have been no major reforms to Brisbane's bus network in so long, and that is because of internecine warfare between the state government and the council over how it should be done. So nothing gets done, and nothing was done. But now something has happened, and that something is beautiful, and we should be supporting that. And is it perfect? No, nothing is perfect. But this is a great step in the right direction, and I just think those opposite would do better to actually commend the work of the officers and the many thousands of Brisbane residents who played a part in Brisbane Metro pulling this thing together. As I said, this didn't just happen in June last year. It has been the result of much work, and that work continues. Councillor Wines now has a very big job to do with the Northern Depot and BNBN Mark II and the Northern Network Review and all these other things that will come as a result of this. Brisbane Metro is the start of something. It's not the end. But it's the Srina Council who made this happen against constant opposition from those opposite who have opposed this project at every election and every turn. And they should be ashamed of that,
Councillor
Madam Chairman,
Murphy,
because the results speak for themselves.
Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Wasn't going to, but I think I will join in. I presume I've only got a few minutes left. Firstly, there's a couple of things I want to say. Brisbane's new bus network has been a disaster for residents on the south side of Brisbane who don't live anywhere near the metro. and that includes my residence in Tennyson Ward. Our bus services were cut, timetables changed, and and Councillor Adams is shouting across the chamber yet again, but that's fine. The bus services were cut, the routes were changed, some services had no changes. Essential routes linking Yeronga to Indooroopilly were cut completely, meaning residents have to walk for up to 2 k's to get a bus. It's just been a disaster. All of these figures in this report do not reflect my residents' views who spoke up very strongly about the need for better bus services, because that's what we were promised. The ultimate promise of the Metro by this administration, which, remember, started as a Paris-style light rail underground, 15 years ago, is now basically some electric buses running on preset bus routes that don't service most of the city. So the promise of the Metro for everyone else was that we would get better bus services. All those buses that weren't needed would then be rerouted into additional buses in the suburbs. Now that has not happened, not at all. In my area, what has happened is that the services are full. Children are being left behind at bus stops. There are the changes to the 106, the 104 are having an adverse impact on people's ability to get to school and to work. Elderly people are struggling to get to their principal activity centre at Indooroopilly, and there's been no noticeable improvement for a lot of people. Now, I've said this before about the new bus network, that if you're going to spend $2 billion, and we don't know the final figure, but I reckon it's going to be up there, on a new bus network for Brisbane, it should have some benefit for everyone, not just the 50% of people who might be able to use the Metro. Remember, this new bus service was designed that 20% of Brisbane residents would get a worse service. It was designed that way by Councillor Murphy as the relevant chair at the time. Another 30% of residents were getting exactly the same bus service as they had before. So 50% of Brisbane residents got no benefit or got a worse service. I will never accept that that is in the public interest, to make bus services worse for the people of Brisbane. I will never accept that spending $2 billion of public funding to deliberately make bus services worse for 20% of residents is good public policy. It is not. Any changes should benefit everyone. And I've said this before, the idea of a boot test should be applied to all of Council's decision-making when it comes to this. And we'll watch the next round of Metro equally stuff up bus services in other parts of the city. I just want to finish by saying just a word of reminder to the LNP who crow about the increased bus figures. Where people took one trip previously, the impact of the Metro means they now had to take 2. So, of course, there are more bus trips being taken on the network because the LNP have forced people to take multiple trips. Multiple trips.
Right, one moment, please, Councillor. Councillors, do not call out while another councillor is on their feet speaking. Councillor Johnston.
So I'm sure you're very proud of the Metro that doesn't benefit pretty much anyone in the southern suburbs or the western suburbs. And again, thank you again to Councillor Toomey through you, Madam Chair, for his residents who are so happy. That's lovely. The overwhelming number of complaints we've experienced in the southwestern suburbs is shocking. This council needs to take more action to address the poor bus services where in my area they were cut or not improved at all, and we're dealing with overcrowding, children being left behind on the way to Corinda State High School, and that is never, ever acceptable.
Further speakers, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to thank the Chairs, Councillor Murphy and Councillor Wines, for the network changes that we have seen across the south and the eastern suburbs as we are experiencing that now. We're into 9 months, I think, since the changes have happened in the Holland Park ward. And I keep using that word changes. Changes, very different to cuts. Unfortunately, Councillor Griffiths is not in the chamber at the moment, so I can't speak to him directly. Imagine that. Or Councillor Collier, or Councillor Kim, or Councillor Strunk. Not in the chamber at the moment, but God forbid, as we heard earlier from Councillor Cassidy today, that they can have their own thoughts. Changes are not cuts. Changes are changes. And I recognise, as a councillor for many, many years, that people get very upset with change. But what I've experienced in my ward is the initial concern about the changes has actually gone into moving into that bimodal or making some changes on the bus numbers and recognising what the timetables are, to it being a fantastic service for the southeastern suburbs of Holland Park. There's been no changes to the bus routes, which is the main routes that people hop on to get into town, but the amalgamation of the 174 and the 175 have actually increased the frequency of that line. There is a change as it goes through Margaret Street and through Eagle Street, but again, that is now catering for all of those workers that are down that end of the city, for QUT students from my area, for people that work in the true CBD down at Eagle Street and right through to the Valley. A far better service for those people trying to get to and from work in the afternoon. And then you also have the opportunity at the changeovers at Woolloongabba, or if you're on the 180, the changeover at Buranda, and hop on the metro to get into town even faster. Bimodal is not harder once you're used to it. We are a new world city, we are an Olympic city, and those opposite would have you think that the congestion along our key inner city routes of our buses, our delays that we had due to bottlenecks on Victoria Park, the major bus stations with the capacity, was something we could just ignore. Put your head in the sand, don't make any changes, can't make any changes. What I heard through you, Madam Chair, from Councillor Collier is it's a wonder the bus network didn't cure cancer. They're supposed to fix everything else. But this is the first iteration, and we'll slice the numbers a different way, the first iteration of a metro bus, which some of those changes have disadvantaged 20% of the population. So that means, let's do the maths on that, 80% of the population are better off or the same. That is a great outcome for the whole, with the first iteration of 2 metro lines. And through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is the people of Tennyson are voting with their feet and getting on those buses. The buses are overcrowded, I hear from Councillor Johnson. That's because they're using them, Councillor Johnson. It must be working for them. It's how it works.
Through the chair, please, Councillor Adams.
Through the chair. And we've heard a lot today about how we're relying on the 50-cent fares and people using the 50-cent fares. And yes, it has actually been a big boon. And thank you, Premier Crisafulli, for bringing it in permanently. But who had a better idea than that much earlier than a 50-cent fare? That might have been some off-peak free seniors travel. Who was that introduced by? I wonder. That made the difference in my ward, a ward which has a high number of seniors. Councillor Strunk gave me a wave. He's here, probably a senior who uses the free off-peaks. I can say that as I get closer myself. It's changes, Madam Chair, through you. It is changes, and change is difficult, but change can be managed. And in this wonderful, growing, vibrant city that we see here leading into the 2032 Olympics, we can't sit still. And that is why the Schrinner administration has been in this place for so many years, because they know that this administration will not sit still. We will continue to make changes that are in the best interests of this city, and this bus network is definitely one of those, Madam Chair.
Any further speakers? Councillor Wines, your right of reply.
Thanks, Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I thank all participants in the debate today? I really appreciate it. I really do enjoy when people stay on topic and make meaningful contributions in a measured way. I think it was excellent. Thank you so much. Can I begin by addressing, I think, the principal point of much of the discussion. The objective is to get more people to use public transport. To do that, you have to remove as many barriers as possible. One of those is cost. One of those is access, which can be delivered through operational frequency. And that is what Metro and BNBN does. To say that every uplift in service numbers was taken by in the last 6 months was only attributable to 50-cent fares is not right. It's not true, and I think a fair-minded person would not think that's credible. Other removals of barriers, and I have discussed this in the past, not needing a go-kart anymore must have increased participation. So when you do these things, it does make it easier and people do move toward it. Now, I just wanted to take an opportunity here to respond to some of the earlier speakers. So, as I said in my first, when I introduced this matter, I knew that someone would try and say the trip numbers are up because you're taking multiple seat journeys, and I addressed that in the start, and I said that we can use, through the use of computers and AI, track people. So we know that one person using the same go-card or credit card, we track them across the thing. And Councillor Johnston hit the gong and claimed the reason was two-seat journeys. And I knew someone would do it, and I appreciate her doing that for me. It was the usual suspects again. On the topic from Councillor Collier, I noticed that it was a laundry list of criticism, none of which was reflective of operational concerns inside the BNBN. There were a number of things that she criticised, none of which were relevant to the presentation, which I believe is a compliment in itself. The fact that she had no material criticism of what's in front of us is a huge compliment, so thank you. To Councillor Strunk, I'd say to you and to Councillor Griffiths, while there are some concerns around that were raised by community services, the 100 and 110 are up 9% and 6% respectively in usage since our changes, and they are increasing in their popularity. Councillor Strunk, through you, Madam Chair, if there are concerns around that Glenala service, please reach out. I would like to view what the issues are and attempt to address them. To Councillor Massey's point, which I found particularly fascinating, I learned this afternoon that according to Councillor Massey, the Gabba ward is a public transport desert. Did you know that? That seemed quite a shock to me, considering I think it would be a shock to the residents that the Gabba ward, according to Councillor Massey, is particularly poorly serviced with 2 metros, 2 gliders.
One moment, Councillor.
Misrepresentation.
I know you're misrep. Councillor Wines.
I'd like to see how she gets out of this one, but there were 2 metros, the Gabba ward, 2 metros, 2 gliders. It has its own train line, city cats and ferries, among other community bus services. The Blue City Glider is one of the best examples of if you build it, they will come. When it was put on, we weren't necessarily sure how popular it would be, and the truth is the more services you put on, the more full services there are. It is a remarkable service, and the principal beneficiaries live in South Brisbane, Highgate Hill and West End. And to suggest that somehow people in that community are not properly served by public transport, I think would be a shock to them and every other ward in this city when they reflect upon the comparison. So and again, I reflected on Councillor Griffith's comments as well. Many of them were criticisms, but not necessarily of the BNBN. And so once again, I take that as a compliment of the work delivered by this council, by the Shrinner-led council and by our officers. So thank you so much to them. And again, the changes have seen a marked improvement in how services are operating. Just to speak to one of the matters that Councillor Adams raised, the 2-seat journey in many instances is actually resulting in a a journey that consumes less time and is more reliable, and because there's not congestion in the city. One of the principal points of this whole project is that buses were getting in each other's way. Well, not anymore. Right now, you can have a reliable service with better on-time running, carrying more people to more places right across our wonderful city.
Councillor Massey, your point of misrepresentation, please.
My point of misrepresentation is my apparent statement that the Gabba ward is a public transport desert. What I actually stated was the 60, which is the most, and using my words, the most frequented bus in the city is often late and infrequent. The 234 does not have the frequency it needs for Kangaroo Point and is now the only bus that went in. The 196 is also running late, unreliable and infrequent, and I also stated, let's be clear, that we should get a city cat in Kangaroo Point. At no point did that suggest that there was any sort of desert, but the service isn't up to scratch.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll come to the vote, but before we do, I just want to say that under the provisions of Section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law and the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we will now vote on Public Transport Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Infrastructure Committee. All those in favour.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order, Councillor Strunk.
Could we have item B, C and D taken as area item for voting purposes?
So I'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Chongwa, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee report.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
Yes, I'd like to take A and B separately for voting purposes.
Yep. We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
That is carried. Division called by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Adaman. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 26 in favour.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
I'd like to take stereo item B separately for voting purposes.
Thank you. So we'll now put item A and C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
Division.
The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Chongwa, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, please resume your seats. Customer Services Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Community and the Arts Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Finance and City Governance Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Yes. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I table a petition of Brisbane residents calling on Brisbane City Council to fund deep water running and aqua classes at Corinda and Yeronga pools.
Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a petition requesting Council install a footpath along Rafting Ground Road at Brookfield.
Any further petitions? Councillors, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
The second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions are as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? Councillors will now move to general business. Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about an ill-informed scare campaign about an approved development application in my ward. Because of the time-wasting stunts of those opposite last week, which cost councillors an hour of discussion about committee reports, we didn't get the opportunity to speak about the recent presentation to the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee regarding the approved development application at 209 Kangaroo Gully Road, Bellbarry. From the outset, let me say this is a good development and one that ticks our council's commitment to deliver additional housing supply and choice to meet the challenges we face with the number of people moving to Brisbane each week to live. As the presentation pointed out, this development provides for appropriate lot sizes that maintain and complement the character and amenity of this location. It also provides housing diversity, offering choice to the different household types and individual
just one
to
moment,
suit residents.
Councillor, can you just touch your microphone there, please? Councillors, we're in general business, and it'd be really great if you could just show courtesy and all be quiet while councillors on their feet. Otherwise, if you've got conversations, please take them outside. Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll repeat that last sentence. It also provides housing diversity, offering choice to different household types and individuals to suit residents through different life cycles. And it also maintains a block pattern that accommodates traditional backyards and large trees. This is a win-win-win for the Bellbarry community. Yet sadly, Chair, this presentation gave rise to the usual cohort of local activists, including a bike riding lobbyist from the Centenary suburbs, a couple of members of the political wing of the local Lions Club, and a state Labor Member of Parliament who represents another part of Brisbane to make a number of wild and uninformed accusations about this development. Using a local left-leaning Facebook page, they implied the development received the go-ahead because the applicants supported the LNP and used the fact that my election signs were on the vacant property during the 2024 election campaign to support this accusation. The signs were there, but what they knew and conveniently failed to mention was that approval for the vacant block to be used as a sign site was given by the previous owner, who unfortunately died soon after the 2024 election. The land was subsequently purchased by the current owner. But Chair, even more disappointing was that the member for Cooper, Johnny Bush, who should know better, brought into the political mudslinging. Ms Bush, while representing the residents of Council Toomey's ward in State Parliament, still chooses to live in my ward, which is her choice. I've always enjoyed a good working relationship with Ms Bush, but she was out of order to say that there is a connection between the owner, development, and the LNP. I would have thought, Chair, she would have learned a lesson from having had to apologise recently after being found in contempt of Parliament, but it appears not. Ms Bush also made reference to developers being able to make political donations to the LNP. No mention that it doesn't apply at local government level, nor that her own party has been taking money from years from unions, including the now disgraced CFMEU. So, Chair, it's onwards and upwards, and I look forward to welcoming new residents who will eventually purchase these blocks and choose to live in this fantastic part of the world. Thank you.
Further general business? Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the petition requesting council install protected bike lanes on O'Connell Terrace between Brook Street and Bowen Bridge Road, Bowen Hills. I'm raising this now in general business because, once again, we were guillotined and not able to put forth why this is such an important petition to be raised. Cyclists have been waiting 16 months for this response, and these community groups are raising crucial safety hazards for you unpaid. This delay is unacceptable, and there were 350 signatures on this petition. Karen Lister was a 50-year-old woman and nurse. In 2020, Carolyn was riding along O'Connell Terrace when she came to a stop between a truck and another vehicle at the intersection with Bowen Bridge Road. Carolyn was hit by the truck as it moved forward after receiving a green light. She died a short time later. My heart goes out to the family and friends of Carolyn. Carolyn's tragic death and dozens of near misses are why the cycling community is requesting that council install protected bike lanes on existing street space on O'Connell Terrace between Brook Street and Bowen Bridge Road, Bowen Hills. I'll explain how this could be done without major bridge works. East and west of Lanham Street, council could remove parking to make space for either one bi-directional protected bikeway or a protected unidirectional bikeway on each side of the street. The Lanham Street intersection and rail bridge could be redesigned with new line markings and cycles to safely connect cyclists to each segment of bikeway without crossing traffic. Instead of this obvious solution, this LNP administration is not prepared to make any alterations but prioritising vehicles on the road. This LNP council chooses the most expensive option, which is widening roads and bridges, and then waiting decades for funding. Instead of choosing to create safe, cheaper infrastructure that would allow more people to feel comfortable getting on their bike and riding, and I have to say personally, I've nearly been killed multiple times while riding my bike because of this LNP administration's decision, like this one. To be clear, the LNP administration has been in power for 23 years and it has created a dangerous city. The Greens have been calling out for years to invest in the active transport that aims to heavily prioritise walking, cycling, e-mobility and over private vehicles. We must build safe, separated bike lanes, upgrade existing infrastructure, create green bridges and continue to support 50-cent public transport fares, extending and creating new bus routes that are frequent and reliable. All this would connect local hubs, schools and transit stops, reduce car dependency and improve safety on our streets. This is the answer to reducing traffic congestion and fatal accidents on our road. We just need the political will to make this happen. Again, I look to you all to you on the other side of this chamber. This LNP administration, you have the power to reimagine the city, making our streets safer for people, creating genuine, sustainable city that actually tackles the 10th worst traffic congestion in the world. Our community should be able to move around the city with ease and safety, not getting stuck in hour-long traffic jams. Even if you just care about the bottom line, then you should invest in protected bikeways. The 2016-17 modelling conducted by the Queensland Department of Transport and Main Roads states that on average, every dollar invested in bicycle infrastructure returns $5 in economic benefits, driven by better health and less injuries, reduced congestion and lower transport costs. It's a no-brainer. Our community is calling for safe, protected, separated bike infrastructure. If you look at this holistically, this important bike infrastructure connection would support the whole cycling network, including the North Brisbane Bikeway, the RBWH, and travellers to the whole Newstead, Tenerife, New Farm Peninsula. So get to it and make it happen now. Let's build a genuine, sustainable city.
Further speaker, Councillor Endorse.
Deputy Chair, I rise to acknowledge and congratulate the Ladybirds of Brackenridge, who are celebrating 35 years of friendship, connection and community spirit. What began as a small group of women seeking friendship has grown into something truly remarkable. The Ladybirds are not just a social group, they are a symbol of community, resilience and the power of female friendship. The group began 35 years ago with just 3 women, Shirley, Jenny and Alma. 2 of them were new to Australia and all 3 were new to the Brackenridge community. They simply wanted a cup of tea, a conversation and connection in a place that felt unfamiliar. From that simple idea, the Ladybirds were born, meeting weekly for tea, conversation and companionship. What those women created was ahead of its time. Long before we spoke about loneliness, social isolation or community wellbeing, these women built a support network that has lasted decades. In many ways, they were trailblazers, demonstrating how powerful a small act of inclusion and friendship can be. For me, this carries some personal recognition too, because my mum was a friend of Shirley, one of the founding members. Shirley would catch the train to work at Sandgate Station, where my mum and her work colleagues also caught the train to the Golden Circle Cannery where they worked. In the days when people chatted on the train commute and didn't look at their phones, these ladies all forged a friendship. In fact, Shirley crocheted items for my sister's wedding more than 43 years ago. It is a beautiful reminder that the Ladybirds' connections extend far beyond their weekly gatherings. They weave through the fabric of our community. Over 3.5 decades, these women have shared life's joys and life's challenges together. They have celebrated milestones, welcomed families and supported one another through health battles, difficult times and, sadly, final farewells. But their memory and friendship remain part of the group's story and legacy. The Ladybirds are not only known for their friendship, but also for their generosity. Over the years, they have supported many community causes, including contributions to the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust and other charitable initiatives. Their kindness and generosity have touched many lives in our community. So last week, it was a pleasure to join with the Ladybirds for a celebration at the Brackenridge Tavern. During that gathering, I had the honour of presenting them with a certificate of recognition from Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. It was also a wonderful opportunity to look through old photos, newspaper clippings and articles that captured the history of the group. Among those memories were visits from former Lord Mayors Graham Quirk and Campbell Newman. What was particularly striking was seeing that the Ladybirds are stronger than ever today. New members have joined, friendships continue to grow, and the spirit of the group remains just as vibrant as it was 35 years ago. The celebration also came at a meaningful time, as it was the week leading up to International Women's Day. It was a reminder that the Ladybirds embody exactly what that day should represent: women supporting women, lifting each other up and strengthening their community. The Ladybirds have created something truly special. Their story shows that community is built not by grand gestures, but by simple acts of kindness, friendship and inclusion. Because of them, Brackenridge is a more connected, caring and vibrant place. And I congratulate the Ladybirds on 35 wonderful years and thank them for the legacy they continue to build in our community. Deputy Chair, also as a Catholic, I would also like to briefly clarify something from Councillor Griffiths. through you following his comments in general business last week. The season we are in is Lent. For us, Lent is not a celebration. It is a sacred time of reflection, prayer and personal sacrifice. It is a time to look inward, to ask how we can be more compassionate, more generous and more faithful in how we serve others. We celebrate at Christmas, at the birth of Christ. We celebrate at Easter, at the resurrection. But Lent itself is intentionally quiet and contemplative. Acknowledging Lunar New Year, a cultural celebration of renewal and hope, does not diminish my faith or the Catholic community. Respecting one tradition does not lessen another. True faith is confident, it does not need comparison, it does not seek division. And perhaps in this season of reflection, we are reminded that the strongest leadership is not found in drawing lines between people, but in building understanding between them. And I believe we do that so well in this great city of ours.
Your time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on Councillor Landers' chairing of the meeting and the Lord Mayor's failure to acknowledge all faiths. So firstly, I just want to say that today something extraordinary did happen. Councillor Landers refused to do her job as the Chair of Council to make a ruling on the Lord Mayor's unsuitable meeting conduct. And it not only is unsuitable meeting conduct, but under the legislation it is actually misconduct. It's very clear in council policy that you cannot release commercial in confidence documents. Now, I presume the CEO of Council, who will be listening, will take immediate action against the Lord Mayor. I say this because the former CEO took action against me when I put out a tweet talking about council officers supporting a road project in Annerley, that the Lord Mayor took offence to being in the public sphere. Now, it was made very clear to me at that point that if a document is marked as commercial in confidence, you cannot release it. You don't have the discretion to release it. There is council policy that I outlined earlier, there are council procedures, and the Lord Mayor has breached those clearly today. But as has been the case now in her short and appalling 2-year chairmanship of this council meeting, the Chair of Council, Councillor Landers, failed to take action against an LNP member who clearly breached not only the Code of Conduct but also the law related to local government in Queensland. So that leaves the CEO to clean up Councillor Landers' mess. And unfortunately, there's going to be more of that happening because it's very clear that she has engaged in partisan political chairing of this meeting. That has been well aired, but done so in the way in which we are required to do so under the legislation. I finally just want to mention Councillor Landers and the Lord Mayor's decision to recognise some faith communities but not others. Yes. Now, I am a member of a faith community, but I don't necessarily choose to talk about that because I am of the view that politics should be quite secular. But the problem with the Lord Mayor is he says this is an inclusive city with respect to all faiths, but that is not what he says in this chamber. Now, a few weeks ago, the Lord Mayor talked about particular faith communities that were celebrating significant milestones in their religion. And celebrating is not meant to, hey, they're having a party, because Ramadan is not a party to the Muslim community, is my understanding. But what the Lord Mayor forgot to mention was Lent, which is a significant period in the Catholic Church for Catholics. And yes, you know, I grew up eating fish and chips on a Friday and, you know, getting a little, bit of charcoal on the forehead and all the rest of it. So I did all of that. A lot of years at Catholic school. The issue that Councillor Griffiths was raising is that this Lord Mayor chose not to recognise a significant religious community in this city. And that was the oversight that Councillor Griffith brought up last week. But today, that extraordinarily, and I'll say bizarre, response from Councillor Landers that, well, Councillor Griffiths was a terrible person for raising the fact that the Lord Mayor didn't mention Lent because it's not a celebration. The point Councillor Griffiths was making, which is clearly lost on Councillor Landers, is that if we are truly an inclusive community and that we value and recognise all cultures, all religions, that maybe the Lord Mayor of the city should mention them. Mention them. That was Councillor Griffiths' point. And the fact that that was lost on Councillor Landers, who's tried to imply just then that Councillor Griffiths had done something improper, was a bit bizarre, I think. So, you know, yeah.
Further speaker, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise on 2 items of general business, the unveiling of the Charlie Perella Place sign and the Hamilton Ward Women's Community Survey. So last Saturday, it was an absolute pleasure to join Charlie Perella along with hundreds of his closest friends and family, including the State MP Tim Nicholls, to unveil the Charlie Perella Place sign outside his barbershop, which I have spoken about previously in this chamber. So I just wanted to give a quick update. So it was a wonderful day and a fitting way to celebrate a true pillar of the Hendra community. So Charlie's been cutting hair for 58 years, and over the time his barbershop has become much more than a place for a trim. It's been the settings for first haircuts, regular visits from loyal customers, and countless conversations where friendships were formed and local news was shared. Now, Charlie has really cut everyone's hair, not mine though, obviously, because he is a barber, but it has cut everyone from high commissioners to health ministers. And on Saturday, Charlie was absolutely beaming. I think he was a little overwhelmed by all the attention, but he shouldn't have been surprised by all the love and respect shown to him. Charlie is a fixture in our community and someone who has given back for decades and is a true local icon. It was a fantastic celebration, as you can imagine. Charlie is Italian, so it was beautiful food, beautiful cake and beautiful company. There was also strong media interest as well, so I'd like to thank Brendan from Channel 10 for the wonderful feature on Charlie, as well as 4BC and ABC for helping shine a light on this remarkable man. Charlie is one of the last old-fashioned barbers left in Brisbane and is still cutting hair in the very same barber chair that he brought with him from Inglewood all those years ago. Wow. He's now well into his 80s. Charlie is still working, except not on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and he told me that the moment he gives someone a bad haircut is the moment he'll retire. So, Chair, I think it is safe to say Charlie won't be retiring anytime soon. He loves the job too much, but more importantly, he loves the people that come through the door, many of whom are lifelong friends. So next time you're on Hendra, stop by on the corner of Manson and Zillman Road to see his sign. He's very proud of it, and you can read about the incredible contribution that Charlie has made to our community. So well done, Charlie, and it was just a great outcome for the community, and I'm glad we were able to get that sign over the line. So, Chair, just quickly before I conclude, I just want to say I've got a Hamilton Ward Women's Community Survey out at the moment throughout the month of March. Surveys are being delivered to households as we speak, inviting women to share their views on issues that matter most to them in our community. So I'm pleased to say responses are already coming in, and I look forward to reporting back to the Chamber on the results very shortly. Thank you, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, point of order. Councillor Edelman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I move now that Council adjourn for dinner for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Edelman, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Enjoy the dinner. Further speak on general business? No further. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Chair. And I rise tonight to speak about the passing of Brisbane icon Jamie Dunn. Over the weekend, we heard the sad news that a famous Brisbane entertainer, Agro, had passed on, and one of his alter egos, Jamie Dunn, went with him. Many of us, there's two pieces of nostalgia here for me on this topic, and the first one is obviously being a millennial, being a 90s kid. I remember Agro's Cartoon Connection, but probably more so than that for me, it was listening to B105, listening to the radio as I was growing up. I wasn't allowed to watch TV before school, but I was allowed to listen to the radio. And Mum and I would be getting ready, and Mum would be doing my hair. I'd be sitting on the floor in front of her. She'd be on the couch, and we'd be listening to Jamie Dunn and the B105 Morning Crew. And that carried on from primary school all the way through to high school. And I think that number one, he made us laugh. Number two, he helped us to understand the importance of community and helping the underdog and helping one another, particularly around Agro to the Rescue and all the fundraising that he did for the Children's Hospital. He was a larger-than-life personality, and he certainly had that impact on our city and did lots of great things for people in our community. I know in particular he worked very closely with the Morecambs over a number of years, and he was a key driving force in getting the outcome that they needed, in getting an answer and getting a resolution to what happened to Daniel. Later in life, as I went into university and then studied journalism at university and was working at 4BC Radio, and I was filling in on the breakfast program, working for Ross Davey and Peter Dick, and during that time the decision was made by the station director to bring Jamie Dunn in to host breakfast, and this was groundbreaking at the time. He'd been on Zinc, it was FM on an AM talkback station, it was huge, it received so much attention in the media, and he met me and he asked me to be his producer. So here I am, a kid of 22, I say kid now because I'm nearly 40, a kid of 22, her first permanent full-time job, working in her dream career, which was as a radio producer, as a journalist, and I was producing someone who was a childhood hero. And getting to know him personally was like nothing else. Here's a guy who had been at the absolute top of his game, had been someone of national stance, of national attention, had seen the highest of highs in media, but also the lowest of lows. Because we used to talk about it all the time in radio, and that is, often a phrase is, don't come Monday, because if your ratings aren't quite hitting the mark, every few weeks, then you might get dropped the next day, as we see play out all the time. Politics isn't too different as well, as what I'm starting to understand, although this is a long time before I ever fathomed becoming a councillor or anything like that. That was not on the cards at that point. But Jamie taught me a few lessons. The big one was to always follow through on a commitment. He was dogmatic about that. If we promised a listener we would do something for them, we would do it. We would show up. The second one is always put the listener first. The listeners were everything. You had to entertain them. You had to care for them. That was the most important thing. And the third one was to never, ever take yourself too seriously. He took the job seriously, he took the role seriously, but he never took himself seriously. He could always laugh about things. We laughed every single day, and he was a genius when it came to comedy. He worked with a lot of people as well, and that's something I think is important to mention, is that he brought people up with him, and a lot of the tributes we've read over the last few days are from media personalities now that worked with him in the business and that he took along with him every time. Men, women, people of all ages and backgrounds. One of those was Ian Calder, who was his long-time comedic partner. Now, remember Lord Mayor Jim, the character he did on B105? That was Ian Calder's voice. It was Jamie and Ian's comedy. He did, he did Kevin Rudd. He did Wayne Bennett. They did Campbell Newman. They did, he took the mickey out of everybody, and some people could handle that, and some people couldn't. But he often took the mickey out of himself, and that's something that I think is an important lesson for many of us. He was an icon, and he was an entertainer that we'll never see again. People aren't made like that anymore. Entertainers aren't built like that anymore. So it's, as I said, with a heavy heart that I read the news. My thoughts are with his family, with his long-time colleagues, and like I said, the partners that he worked with in the business, the listeners that were so devoted to him, that would follow him to every single station he worked on, and he often included them as part of his show. I think of Dan, the long-term listener. I think of Filthy Phil. I think of all of those people that were loyal to Jamie, and I want to pay tribute to him, and also thinking of his partner and his children, and thank him for the imprint he made on our city, and how proud I was to get to work with him. Thank you very much.
Further speaker, Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on 3 items in general business, 4 items actually on general business. Kangaroo Rovers, House of Soul Choir, IFTA for students at UQ, and also my understanding of confidential in confidence. Firstly, I just want to do a huge shout out to the Kangaroo Rovers. They had their family day on this Saturday and invited me down to speak to all the players and the families and just hang out. I'm a huge supporter of local sports. It's actually really interesting to know that of all of our soccer teams in the Gabba ward, the Rovers are the only one that play locally on their field. Big shout out to the Rovers. Can't wait to keep working towards our relationship. There are so many things that we can do. Super pleased that they've received the Community Benefit Fund to get the lighting, and also just want to do a big shout out to the Div 4 Women's. I'm not going to say who the opposition team was, but it was a thumping 11-2 win for the team. The Rovers have 9 teams. They play Metro. Invited me for a kick because I love playing soccer and used to play soccer younger, so I'm really stoked to have spent some time with the Rovers again just this weekend. Secondly, on Saturday also, I attended the House of Soul Choir performance at the Brisbane Powerhouse. I'll acknowledge through you, Deputy Chair, the attendance also of Councillor Howard at the event. House of Soul Choir practices in my ward at the Kurilpa Hall, and I've attended many performances, but what's really incredible about this choir is it's all about all abilities. And everyone is allowed to be a part of it, whether you can hold a tune or not. Or if you can't hold a tune at all, and all you can do is thump on a shaker or a rhythm machine. I've had the incredible privilege of not only knowing the story behind House of Soul Choir, which is an incredible story about someone who was non-verbal, but through African drumming and rhythm, was actually able to reverberate a sound. And interestingly enough, that sound was actually very valued in African communities as an elephant whisperer. And so that was the start of what is an incredible all abilities choir. The performance, through you, Chair, I'm sure Councillor Howard enjoyed it too, was actually a resounding performance of incredible joy and wonderful songs and a very heartwarming story. I've been privileged to be able to support the choir in many different ways, and I look forward to future performances from the choir. Also on Saturday, it was a busy day, I attended an iftar for students at UQ. I want to thank the students that invited me to this iftar. It was a wonderful experience, connecting with so many students, not only living here, but also some of them from abroad. The iftar is a very important moment to share meals with community during Ramadan. This was like my 3rd iftar this Ramadan, and I feel very privileged to have been invited and to have shared a meal with many Muslim students from UQ. It was actually really interesting. About 14 of the students, interestingly enough, were like, "What's up with Metro? What is it?" But I want to thank all the students at UQ that invited me. It was a really wonderful moment. It was great to share that experience with you. My understanding, item 4, my understanding of confidential in confidence is that we can't speak to any of it. And I just want to put on the record that this item that was in the ENC had that title on every single page. Now, I think this is a challenge. If we are talking about speaking to things in documents that have confidential in confidence on every single page, that's a problem. And the fact that this chamber hasn't really dealt with it and is trying to sweep it under the table, from what I can hear, or change the rules of what it is very concerning to me. Noting that we can't say these words.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Chair, and I just rise to speak about Youngster, which is a program that has kicked off in my ward last Thursday. Now, I met the founder of Youngster. His name is Tony Ruthka. And Tony started this charity about 2 years ago, and he started it in his small town of Coffs Harbour because he noticed that there were young people that were making devastating choices and taking their own lives, and he wanted to find a solution to support these young people, to give them employment opportunities, but also a bit of hope. And so he started this program, and the program actually encourages young people to upskill themselves via Google, and so they get Google certification. And so these young people learn about how to teach tech. And the key to this, though, is that they don't just learn about how to teach tech, but they actually teach seniors how to use their tech. That's awesome. So what happens at Mount Omni Shopping Centre from this Thursday, they've got 10 weeks of scheduled time that a senior can book a time with a young person to be able to learn how to use their iPhone, how to use their Gmail. The only thing they won't take is people bringing in their printers because there's a little bit of space-confined area. And it's a great opportunity for not only our seniors to be able to be upskilled, but also for these students to get opportunities to engage with these seniors, to educate them, to teach them. But the best bit of the program is that at the end of the consultation, the young person asks the senior, if you had one piece of advice to pass on to your younger self, what would it be? And it has been fascinating for those young, don't get married, that was, Hot tips from Councillor Marks, don't get married. I'm sure that there'd be a variety of advice that seniors would be providing to these young people. And I just thought it was such a unique thing. It's not just about training these young people and teaching these seniors. It's an intergenerational program that hopefully builds community. Because when you do ask people those important questions of what piece of advice would you give to your younger self, you do get these incredible stories and these incredible backgrounds to these people that you've just met. And so I really want to say a huge thank you to Mount Omni Shopping Centre for starting this program, starting this initiative with Youngster. I think it will be an enormously successful program. If the seniors that come through my ward office is any indication, I know that there will be lots of seniors that will be getting tech support via these young people and obviously furthering their own skills, and hopefully that will help them get their next job. I just wanted to say that 2,500 young people have been through the program. It is enormously successful, and I really hope that other shopping precincts and other shopping centres take on this same initiative. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, point of order. Councillor Landers.
Deputy Chair, I rise to move a procedural motion that the standing rules be suspended to allow for a motion without notice about a matter that is not listed on the agenda to make a referral to the OIA.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that we suspend the standing order to move a motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Landers, would you like to? And do you have the copy? Thank you.
Deputy Chair, I move that as Councillor Griffiths has 3 orders of unsuitable meeting conduct at the council meeting on the 10th of June 2025, 26th of August 2025 and 24th of February 2026, then 2, council resolves to refer the matter to the Office of the Independent Assessor. Seconded.
Where is it? It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that as Council Griffiths has 3 orders of unsuitable meeting conduct at the council meetings on 10th June 2025, 26 August 2025, and 24 February 2026, Council resolves to refer the matter to the Office of the Independent Assessor. Councillor Landers.
Deputy Chair, if a third or more order within a 12-month period is made against a councillor, it is to be treated as a suspected conduct breach pursuant to the Local Government Act 2009, introduced by the former State Labor Government. This motion is not about Councillor Griffiths' behaviour, but is a requirement that must be met, and I do not need to go into depth on the instances where I have had to make an order reprimanding him for his conduct. As Chair, I am required to ensure the smooth flow of business on the agenda for the day and use the disciplinary procedures and processes available under the meeting's local law if councillors do not display appropriate behaviour or ignore my requests and ruling.
Further speaker?
Yes.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on this appalling motion by Councillor Sandy Landers, who's demonstrated her hypocrisy very clearly on the record here this evening. Councillor Landers has just said it's her responsibility to enforce the rules of procedure in this place, but refused to do so earlier today when her colleague, the Lord Mayor, who has graced us with his presence post-afternoon tea, is in the chamber. Earlier today, the Lord Mayor revealed confidential information, which is a breach of council policies of the City of Brisbane Act and the Local Government Act, and Councillor Sandy Landers refused to take action against the Lord Mayor as her responsibilities as the Chair of Council. Instead of taking that action, tonight Councillor Landers has stood up weeks after the events in question have occurred, and is now seeking to use her authority and the majority of the LNP to refer Councillor Griffiths to the OIA. What Councillor Landers has not said is that last week the Queensland State Parliament abolished this offence. Now, it doesn't come into effect for another few days because of the way assent and proclamation occurs. But for the best part of a year, her colleague, the Premier of Queensland, has publicly stated that this should not be an offence under the Local Government Act or the City of Brisbane Act. And not only that, the state government has abolished this provision. So the LNP is taking action against Councillor Griffiths despite the fact that they know full well and good this is no longer an offence under the Local Government Act. It is wrong that they choose to use their authority to take action against Councillor Griffiths and myself and other councillors when they have known for months and months and months that this is not a legislative provision that is supported at the state level and has been abolished. So the LNP will be doing the following: referring a Labor councillor to the OIA for investigation, knowing that the offence no longer exists. They will be referring the councillor to the OIA, costing this council thousands and thousands of dollars to appoint an investigator, to take action against them, to tie councillors up, to require them to get advice. This is thousands and thousands of dollars of ratepayers' money that Councillor Landers is requiring to occur because the CEO now has to refer it off, appoint an investigator and do all of that. And three, they are doing all of this in the knowledge that this is no longer an offence. And finally, when Councillor Landers observes misconduct, and that's what the Lord Mayor did earlier today, misconduct, she refused to take action. Her actions today by referring Councillor Griffiths whilst protecting the Lord Mayor, who is an LNP member and a member of our own party, demonstrate the overt political bias that Councillor Landers is deliberately engaging in this chamber. It is absolutely wrong, morally, ethically, and I would say legally, when we find out quite a few things that will come out. So Councillor Landers' behaviour as the Chair of Council in this instance is not appropriate. If she is not prepared to take action in her own role as the Chair of Council against the Lord Mayor for his misconduct, and yet knowing that this is not considered to be a conduct breach any longer by the State Parliament, she is still referring Councillor Griffiths off. Mind you, you're supposed to do this at the next meeting of Council, so 2 weeks ago Councillor Landers should have done this and did not do so. So she hasn't met her obligations. She's decided to do this 3 weeks after it's happened, and this is for purely political purposes. It will cost the ratepayers. It is not an offence any longer under state legislation, and the fact that the LNP is choosing to do this is a deliberate choice. It is politically biased. It is improper. And it demonstrates that Councillor Landers is not a fit and proper person to be the chair of council.
Further speaker, Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, Chair, I rise to speak on this, and it's pretty straightforward. This is what we are required to do under the legislation as it stands until ascension. So I will move that this motion now be put.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Edelman, that the motion now be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Chong-Wah. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 3 against.
The motion is carried. Councillor Landers, right of reply.
Deputy Chair, it would be morally wrong to make the assumption that this has passed. It has not been abolished. We do not know when this will come into effect, and until it has received assent, I am required to do it.
Now I put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 3 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please go back to your seats. Back to general business. Further general business. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak on 3 items this evening: the UQ Neighbours Round Table, International Women's Day and a Community Planting Day. All these activities and initiatives across the Walter Taylor Ward reflect such a strong partnership with community spirit that make our local suburbs such a wonderful place to live. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the recent University of Queensland Neighbours Round Table held at UQ St Lucia last week. The purpose of this round table is to strengthen collaboration between UQ and Brisbane City Council and to discuss opportunities for partnership across community engagement, infrastructure, research, sport and strategic initiatives. I would like to particularly acknowledge and thank those that attended: Tanya Orr, Ross Chidici, Louise Collins, James Waters, Colleen Kelly, Kylie Gates, all from Brisbane City Council, as well as members from UQ, Chris Matez, Sandra McMullen, Kenneth Sauer, Ian Fitzpatrick, Anna Richards, Michaela Costello and Cecilia Duplessis. These conversations are such an important part of this electorate.
Not only through us working together, it allows us to strengthen connections with the university, but with local residents and council, and identify opportunities that we can benefit. For example, the great success of the Metro, which students talk to me by the hundreds about how wonderful it is for UQ and St Lucia. Secondly, I recently hosted an International Women's Day afternoon tea to celebrate the incredible women of the Walter Taylor Ward. This was beautifully catered for by a business called Archulata, and the event was a great opportunity to recognise the leadership, contribution and community spirit of the women who make a real difference every day in the inner west suburbs. I would particularly like to acknowledge a few that were at that event, including Neetu, the Consulate General of India for Brisbane, Mojgan from the Iranian Society of Queensland, Joan from the Holy Family Conference of St Vincent de Paul, Christine from Rotary Club of Toowong, and Sally, the President of the Fig Tree Pocket Equestrian Club, along with so many other valued women from local businesses, schools and community organisations. It was a truly wonderful afternoon, bringing together women from a diverse range of backgrounds, cultures and professions, all united by their commitment to strengthening our local community. Finally, I'd like to recognise a fantastic community planting day, which was held on Sunday in Chapel Hill. This event was organised with the Clarina Street Park Bush Care Group, where volunteers did an outstanding job caring for this particular local bushland. The community tree planting days like this help improve biodiversity, enhance our natural environment and encourage residents to take an active role in caring for our local bushlands. I would like to sincerely thank Chris and Bernie and all the volunteers from Clarina Street Park Bush Care Group and for the many local volunteers from the Cubbalawittan Catchment Network. Chair, all of these initiatives and collaborations with the university, recognition of women in our community and grassroots environmental stewardship all demonstrate the strength of community partnerships in the Walter Taylor Ward. They remind us that building a better Brisbane is not only about infrastructure and services, but also about the people, participation and community connection. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Further general business? As there is no further general business, Council, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8 on the agenda. Councillor Messi, would you please move the motion?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I move that this council undertakes final design work on investigations, outcome and community consultation prioritising safety, accessibility and connectivity for pedestrians, cyclists and public transport users, and allocates capital funding in the 2026-27 budget to deliver an intersection upgrade and new pedestrian crossing at the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street adjacent to Dutton Park train station.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Messi, seconded by Councillor Johnston, that this council undertakes final design work based on investigation outcomes and community consultation, prioritizing safety, accessibility, and connectivity for pedestrians, cyclists, and public transport users, and allocate capital funding in the 2026-27 budget to deliver an intersection upgrade and a new pedestrian crossing at the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street, adjacent to Dutton Park train station. Is there any debate? Councillor Messi.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on this motion very specifically around pedestrian safety and cyclist safety, particularly at the intersection of Annerley Road and Noble Street. This intersection is already well known within the community and within this chamber as being incredibly unsafe. It is unsafe for school students, for public transport users, for bike users and for scooter riders. Now that Dutton Park station is operational, the safety issues around this intersection and particularly the slip lane from Annerley Road into Noble Street have become even more urgent. This area sits in the centre of a busy and vulnerable community corridor. It serves 3 local schools, St Ida's Primary School, South Brisbane State Secondary College and Dutton Park State School. It connects to Dutton Park Place bus station, which is not a metro station, but also connects within walking distance to Bogger Road Station, and of course, the Eleanor Chanel Bridge that provides access for Dutton Park and surrounding suburbs to UQ. Most critically, it sits adjacent to a major health precinct centred around the Princess Alexandra Hospital. Every day, this intersection is used by hospital workers, patients, visitors, students, commuters, cyclists, pedestrians, and students. Many of the people moving through this area can have limited mobility or vision impairment, and there are already signs warning drivers to watch out for people with low vision because it is known to be so dangerous. Given the profile of this area and the surrounding infrastructure, as Brisbane City Council, we must make it safe, accessible, and intuitive to use. However, residents have been saying, and community groups are reporting rises in serious concerns based on all the above that I am talking about. There is no formal pedestrian crossing safely connecting the station from Noble Street and Annerley Road to the surrounding streets, public transport, and nearby schools. Residents have also raised concerns about the delays to be able to cross. And also it's important to note, while it's not in here, Cornwall Street is actually a huge issue from this area also. We know that it's not just pedestrians, we know that it's cyclists also. Together, these concerns suggest that infrastructure that has been implemented without adequate consideration for user safety, accessibility, or coherent end-to-end design. And what's particularly concerning is given the vulnerability of people that need to be in this area. Importantly, community has been advocating for safer conditions along this corridor for a very long time. Most recently in 2022, where local representatives, schools and community organisations signed an open letter calling for improvements on Annerley Road. In 2023, with more than 1,100 people signed a petition calling for safer walking and cycling infrastructure. In 2024, when state government and Brisbane City Council agreed to jointly fund an active travel planning study, which we don't even know if the study will be delivered. And of course, most recently, with a walking network study around Fairfield and Dutton Park. The motion before Council today is about ensuring that the work that should have been done is done and delivers real safety improvements on the ground. It calls for Council to take the proper steps. And these steps are really important because it is necessary to address a very real safety issue in one of Brisbane's most connected hubs. When residents are already reporting near misses, we should not be waiting for something tragic to happen. This motion is about preventing that outcome and making this intersection safer for everyone who uses it. I commend this motion to the chamber, and I hope this chamber that does purportedly publicly support public transport, active transport and safety for Brisbane residents will support this motion.
Further speaker, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise to speak on this motion.
Oh, super.
Councillors.
That's all right.
Councillor Dixon has the floor. Councillor Johnston. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, on the 3rd of February 2026, the Lord Mayor wrote to all councillors requesting their budget submissions for their wards, which was due on the 27th of February. Now, I know that I certainly got the memo, and I'm certain that Councillor Massey also did. So, like all in this place, as we are councillors, I was certain to be very thorough and put together my submission on behalf of my local community. So I trust that Councillor Massey, through you, Chair, has included this project in her submission for its consideration. Given that this is a matter for budget consideration, I move that the motion lay on the table until it can be considered until after the 2026-27 council budget is handed down.
Seconded.
It is a procedural motion that Councillor Dixon moved that the motion to be laid on the table, seconded by Councillor Edelman. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 3 against.
The motion is carried. The motion will now lay on the table, and I declare the meeting closed. Thank you, everyone.